on sales you've ever heard. We're somewhere in between. That is a promise. All right? And so I thought it would make sense to start with this. We have a high, this is Charlie Munger, who's probably like my number one hero in this season of my life. We have a high moral responsibility to be rational. And I think that getting someone to rationally decide is important because emotional buyers oftentimes get excited, they'll buy, and then who's had somebody who calls them 2 days later, is like, I don't know why. Anybody? Raise your hand, just so you know you're not alone. Okay. And what happens is, it's just like dating. I think Layla talked about it yesterday. If you have a rational foundation for a relationship or a decision, when the emotions fade, the logic will continue. And so it's good to answer both sides of the decision-making process. The short-term side is the emotion that gets you to decrease your action threshold and take a step, right? But the logic is what makes it stick and actually makes you a great customer, all right? And so for me, and I think that the further along you get in business and the higher up you get in business, the more you'll see people who tend to make more logical decisions, more logic-first decisions, and fewer emotional decisions, all right? So what does rational logical have to do with selling? Well, you have logical buyers and you have emotional buyers in general, right? Most people sit on this continuum, one way or the other. And emotionally, people want to believe you. People want to buy. You must help their logical brains justify the decision that they already want to make. Think about it that way. They want to buy from you. You have to help them, all right? So who here identifies, actually, I'll skip through this. Emotional, logical, you're probably in between. Anybody in between these two? Anyone? All right, then you'll love this. So before we get started, I thought I would give you a few beliefs about selling that have served me very well throughout the years. Number one, people want to believe you, they want to buy, you must help their logical brains justify the decision. Two, selling happens before you ask for the sale. Closing happens after. So you're selling for a lot longer period of time. But the moment you kind of like take your pants off and you're like, this is what it is, that's when you're closing, right? You have now solicited. Now you close. 3, it's easier to handle obstacles than objections. I'll get to what the difference between those are in a second.
Agency owners, be honest with yourself. Are you performing at 100% of your potential? If you answered no.
That being said, expect and plan for no. It is not failure, it is expected. So stop being surprised. It's one of the first things we talk new sales guys into is expect no. That's not like, that's a part of this. If they already were going to say yes, then you are not necessary. No is the job, right? If they could make the decision on their own, they would just send you the money, right? The reason they're struggling is because they can't and they need your help, which is why sales is actually the first step in coaching. And I see sales as power. If you can have the ability to direct or influence others, that is power. And I feel like it should be made much cooler than I feel like it is. 5, if you didn't get a gasp from a price tag, you didn't go high enough. This is another belief. So for those of you who are afraid to raise your price, if you're not getting gasps, you're not going high enough. Straight up. And when you do it that way, you can always walk down and have a beautiful price anchor. Right? When you say $100,000 first, a grand feels like a rounding error. It's true. When I say $10 first, like I'm saying right now, $10, then I say 1,000. Sounds way fucking bigger, doesn't it? So you got to get the gasp. You got to train your guys. If you have a team, they have to be comfortable with the no, and they have to be comfortable with the gasp. They got to go for the gasp. Be like, dude, you should have heard the gasp on this one, right? There we go. 7. Selling properly is the first step becoming a coach, right? Your first impressions and the expectations you set dictate the relationship. How you sell, the fact that you use logic in the sale will set you up for success and your client for success in the long run. 8, selling is helping prospects make decisions to help themselves. Like you are helping them help themselves. That's where the power comes from. You are not helping them. You're helping them help them. See the difference? It's nuanced, but it's real. 9, keep the prospect, not the sale, as the priority. It's not about us. The more you can vanish in the sale and magnify them, the better your selling conversations will go. Because it's not about us. They don't care about you. They only care about them. And they will talk about themselves as long as they'll let them. This is a really important one, especially when you start to getting into closing. Seek to understand, not to argue. And the way that I train our sales teams around this is childlike curiosity. So when someone objects to something, it's like, that's so weird. I wouldn't have thought that. Tell me more about that, right? And you get to be able to maintain that childlike curiosity the same way they train fighters to not breathe too much during a fight, through exposure. The more times you get into these uncomfortable, high stakes, closing scenarios, the less weird and high stakes they become, because they become what you do every day. And the good thing is, you get to have this conversation hundreds and thousands of times, and they only get to have it once. So you fucking better be better at it than them. Closing is a dance, not a fight. It's seduction, not rape. I mean, I'm being super serious about this. The goal is not to beat them into submission. The goal is to sell from your back foot. It's like, I'm good. I want to help you. And if that means not doing this, then I fucking love it. I'm with you. I'm on your team. And I'll give you a bullet around that in a second. Selling is a transference of belief over a bridge of trust. Therefore, there are two things that are required. You must believe so that you can transfer it, and you must have trust to make the transfer. Because if you truly believe it, and a lot of times, anyone been on a hot streak when they're selling? Anyone? Anyone who just had their hand up ever been on a cold streak? Most times, you go from hot to cold not because you forgot how to sell, because you stop believing in what you're selling. You have the same skills as you did the day before. But sometimes you get a text, you get an email, you get a pain in the ass customer, you ask for a refund, whatever the hell it is, right? And then you question yourself. And so that bridge might have been created, but there was nothing to walk across it because your cup wasn't full. And so that's why, especially it's you in the beginning, but your teams over time, the process of filling conviction is one of the easiest and best ways to increase someone's closing percentage. Better than any of the training in the world. If you get someone to believe, they will sell the right way because they're doing it not to make the deal, because they want to help the other person. 16, you can only build trust if you genuinely want to help. And humans are exceptionally good at sniffing out intention. It's a survival mechanism. You have to know if someone's trying to double cross you. We're very good at smelling it out. And the reason a lot of you guys can't close is because you only care about closing. Belief and trust are a continuum, not binaries. So it's not you believe or don't believe. It's not they trust you or don't trust you, but how much do they trust you? How much do you believe? How deeply do you believe? Because anyone ever been around somebody who just believes balls to bones something that you think's batshit crazy? I mean, all the way. So much so that you start to question what you believe. That's what real conviction does. 18, closers ask hard questions, and it's because you genuinely care. It's why you do it. It's why we're here. Who here wants to impact thousands of lives and help people? Then you gotta fucking ask hard questions. Because it's the only thing that's going to actually pierce someone's heart and actually get the transformation to happen. If you cannot have transformational conversations, you cannot coach. And this is the first step. The person who cares the most about the prospect wins the sale. That includes them. So if you care more about their well-being than they do, you will win. And if you are more convicted, they will question their own excuses because you are so certain. Little nugget for you. Record all your sales, by the way. Because when you do get on that hot streak, right? When you get on that hot streak and then you get cold again, watch your hot streak. See where you paused, what jokes you made, when you asked for the sale, when you didn't, how you overcame it. And it'll get you back in the flow much faster than trying to question yourself, what do I do? Always record all your sales. It's also the easiest way to train new people. And then lastly, 21. Power is the ability to direct or influence people. If you want to be powerful, you must understand this skill. And that's what we're going to talk about. Cool? Awesome. When does selling happen? Does it happen when they're a lead? Does it happen when we're qualifying them? Does it happen when we solicit the sale? Does it happen when we close the sale? When does the selling happen? All the time. The entire time selling is happening. But what are we going to talk about today? Just this. Just closing. Everything you have to do after asking someone to buy. Why are we doing that rather than the entire process? Beyond the fact that we'd be here all day, the other reason, and I love this, is that closing has one of the highest predictors of success in business. And here's an analogy for it. Everyone familiar with the NFL? Great. So here's an insane statistic. The top 5 red zone offenses in the league now, last 5 years, made the playoffs 90% of the time. Here's why this is interesting and crazy. There's a million other stats. They could have horrible defenses. They could have terrible coaching. They could have a terrible, whatever it is, right? They could have all these things that are wrong with they could have terrible special teams, whatever. But just this one stat, if they're in the red zone, they fucking close. And I can tell you, if you have this ability, if you have this skill, it will make up for a tremendous amount of deficiencies in other areas of your life and business, and it will buy you time to learn those. But if you can't close, it's very difficult to grow in business, especially in the beginning, because it's probably you. That's why we're talking about closing. Why is this important from a money getting perspective? Well, first off, if you have 100 people walk in the door, 10% are never going to buy. Just accept that, right? Problem is you don't know which 10% it is. But 10% are never going to buy. 10% are always going to buy. You just got to not fuck it up. And most of you guys, these are the only sales you're getting. They're like, well, I'm already here. My friend told me about you. I have my credit card out. And some of you are like, well, let's make sure. You're like, just shut the fuck, just take the card. You know what I mean? Like, shut up, right? That's like, hey, my friend's so awesome. You got to meet him. And she's like, oh my God, he's great. And then the guy starts talking and she's like, oh, just kidding. Like terrible, right? But this is what we fight for. This is what we train. And if you want to make a big impact, that's what we're fighting for. It's the middle 80. Why this presentation will make you money. If after this presentation you just have one more bullet, one more play in your arsenal to close, or I get you one more deal a month, I'll feel like my job was done, all right? And hopefully, if you just do that, it'll pay for your entire weekend, all right? That's my goal for the presentation, that everything that you guys have done this whole weekend is paid for. Is that cool? Fair outcome? So this is one of my favorite sayings. You're only one decision away from changing your life forever. And whenever I feel overwhelmed, or I feel like I'm decreasing, like I feel powerless, or I feel like I have less power than I want to have, I always say this to myself because it's like, I can take one decision and change fucking everything. You know what I mean? Like I can drink a bottle of Jack, get in the car, I can change everything with one decision, right? I can make a step to invest in something. I can buy something, I can invest in myself, I can have a terrible conversation with Layla, or I can have an amazing conversation with Layla. But just one decision. And that's always given me power. But the thing is that instead of changing our lives, we blame. When I say blame, I want you to think, give power to sources outside of our control. And this is what you and this is what your prospects and your customers are doing. And this is why so many people are weak and powerless. And so we're going to do a fun activity today because I want you to be involved so you can learn it. And we're going to do this so that 1, you can help decisions to help yourself with whatever decisions you're facing. 2, you can use these frameworks to help prospects help themselves. And then 3, become more powerful. So, but rather than keep this hypothetical, I need you to visualize the decision that you need to make. All right? Can you do that for me? Fantastic. And this is why. I want you to actually think through a decision together, because this is a statement from Confucius. I hear and I forget. I see and I remember. I do and I understand. So my goal here isn't for you to take screenshots of every picture or of every slide. That's not my point here, because the thing is when you do that and you this is why I do it. I take pictures so that I don't have to remember it. But I don't want you to remember it. I want you to understand it. If you understand it, you won't have to go back to your notes, because let's be real, half the time you're not even going to open these notes up again. You're here now with me. Try and understand. If you do that, it can change your life. Because what we're going to do is not going to be some scripts that you have to understand, but the logic behind the arguments that people will give you as to why they're not choosing to become more powerful. And if you can unlock that, people will feel more powerful talking to you, and they will want to buy from you because of the feeling they have. Does that make sense? And so that's when you're using logic to create an emotion. So here's an easy one for you. Anyone here presented with a decision in the last 24 hours? Yes? Okay. Fantastic. So who thinks the decision could change your life for the better? Great. For the worse? Who knows? All right, let's go. So here's my goal. I want to show you, as though you were a prospect, how to think through a decision and help others using these frameworks, right? What you want, what you don't want. Maximize the left, minimize the right. So here's what this is translated to. If you decide to buy the offer, you feel more certain about your decision. If you decided not to buy the offer, you feel fucking certain about the decision. And if you're undecided, you make a fucking decision, all right? And you feel good that it's the one that has the highest likelihood of getting you closer to where you want to go. And this is what we have to walk through with our prospects. When you're looking at them, you have to be like, I don't want you to buy. I want you to decide for you, not for me. I'll be the same either way. right? You're like, I'm going to be ripped and in shape. It's not going to change me, right? That's not going to change. But like, it will change for you, right? So, quick note on sales ethics, and then we'll dive in. Helping someone make a decision to help themselves does not mean buying from you. That's a reiteration. You have to keep their goals at the center of the decision, and you should be happy. I mean this, because if you can shift this, truly, if you can be happy when someone decides to own the power and not work with you, then the pressure around sales disappears. It evaporates. There's no stake. The stake is, did I help them? Does that make sense? And that means that you can win every sale because you change the metric you're measuring yourself by. That's the superpower. Like, and that's where you do make the most sales because you don't care about the sale because you care about the person. And the people pay the most attention. So I call it paying attention. They paid for it. They paid for you to pay attention rather than talking about yourself, right? Because they don't care about you because they're thinking about 100 other things. And this is why, most importantly, make high stakes decisions to help your prospects in order to best serve them. Okay, so I told you earlier I was going to talk about the difference between obstacles and objections. A couple of you guys raised your hands about the differences. I'm not going to ask, I'll tell you what it is. Obstacle is a thing that blocks one's way or prevents or hinders progress. When you disagree with them, that is an obstacle. This happens before you solicit the sale. Someone says some bullshit before you even get to the sale, that's an obstacle. A simple example I hear all the time. Hey, why'd you hop on the call today? Hey, why'd you walk in the gym today? Whatever it is, right? Them. I just wanted to find out a little bit more about the program. First 10 seconds. Obstacle. You're not here to find out more about the program. You're because you're fat. But they got to say it. So you're like, oh, so you're finding out, like, do you do this all the time? Do you go to lots of different programs to find out information? Or is there a problem you're trying to solve? They're like, oh, well, I'm trying to lose weight. Like, oh, got it. So you're not hopping on 100 calls a day? Because I was like, that would be a very weird existence, right? You just hop on for information all day. Ha, 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 ha. Great. Fantastic. I've had this conversation before, right? So it's an obstacle, right? And the thing is, it's easy to confront and destroy obstacles before you ask for the sale. Once you've asked for the sale, you switch to objections. Objections is when they disagree with you. So it's much easier to be on the other side, disagreeing and helping them break their beliefs before the stake has been presented. After you're in the red zone, it's all closing. It's all objection overcomes, right? Example of that's like, I don't want to buy right now. And you're like, totally understand. What are the main criteria you're thinking through? Which is always funny because people are like, I need to think about it. I've never had someone like leave because they need to think about it. I'm like, cool. What are you thinking about? And they're like, oh, I'm still here. So learning how to talk through these high stakes decisions with yourself or others is the purpose of the presentation, and as a result, you'll become more powerful. Okay, so before I dive into each of these arguments, I have to make this one statement, is that the person must really want the goal and believe three things. One, which we'll get to, there we go. The product will get them the goal, comma, the way they want to get there. And I learned that second half the hard way because we found out in Gym Launch that people would say no sometimes to buying memberships, right? Or buying challenges or whatever. But when we offered them the ability to come back the next day, help them for free, we'd sell them $400 of supplements. And they just said no to a $100 down service thing. I'm like, what the fuck? It's because they want to lose weight, but they want to lose weight their way. And so that's when I started learning, like, oh, not only do we have to make sure that they want the goal and they believe that the product's going to get them there, it has to get them there the way they want to get there. This gives you ammo for the questions that you're going to ask. Does this make sense? Okay. The second thing is that you and others will support them. Like, are you telling me the truth? Is this really what's going to happen? Will other people around me support this decision? And the third is that it will work for them and not just everyone else. Sure, I've seen the people who step on the stage, but they're different than me. I'm a snowflake. I have metabolic thyroid ketosis, right? Whatever. I have zero influence allergy, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I have no following itis, right? Whatever it is, right? Whatever bullshit you tell yourself. And what you have to do in this situation is you have to provide proof so that it'd be more unreasonable not to believe than to believe. And this is a logical close. This is not an emotional close. This is when you look at someone and say, how many people would you need to see for it to be more unreasonable for you not to believe than to believe? At what point? Is it 10? Is it 50? Well, here's 1,000. Tell me when to stop. Okay. Great. So that's not the real reason. Then you can confront the real shit. All right? So otherwise, if they're not sure of those things, If they don't actually want to lose weight, if you don't actually want to make money doing online fitness, then it doesn't matter what Jason says. You don't want to make money doing online fitness, then you're not going to buy, right? If you do want to make money doing online fitness, then you go down the train tracks. That make sense? Okay. Again, this is why you expect no at first, because if people could make the decision, they would have already made it. All right, now to the main course. Richard Feynman, besides Charlie, one of my favorite thinkers of all time. He was like the second guy on the atom bomb. Sounds negative. Brilliant teacher. He's known for this. Understand, don't memorize. Learn principles, not formulas. And that's what the rest of this presentation is about, is the principles behind overcoming these distortions that people have. And so this is me asking you for your own sake. Don't take pictures of the slides. It's because all the stuff's going to be in the recordings, but you are here now, so be here now, so you can understand it. Okay? So, there are 3 sources. This is a huge breakthrough for me. So I'm going to share it with you. This is the first time I'm trying to share it live. There are 3 sources that we cast our power to. Okay? And it took me a very long time to get through this because I looked at Grant and he had his, you got Stahl, decision maker, money. And you talk to Barry who owns Sage. She's like, you got time, fit, money, fear, shame. Right? Those are hers. And then Jordan Belfort's got his. And so everybody's got these are the only overcomes, right? I was like, there has to be an actual truth here. Like there has to be something that's true that's unquestioned. And so trying to figure this out, I actually went back to Dr. Albert Ellis. Anybody who know who he is?
No, right.
Who here knows what cognitive behavioral therapy is? CBT? He invented it. Smart dude. And so what he noticed is that he originally had 11 distortions of reality, then he dropped it to 9, then to 7, and then he came to 3, and the 3 stuck. And the 3 are what I'm about to share with you. And you're like, why is he talking about this about sales? Because the objections that people offer you where they cast their power to are distortions of reality. They are the things we use to upset ourselves. These are the 3. Circumstances, and this is the irrational statement that people make. I must get what I want when I want it. I must not get what I don't want. If I don't get what I want, I can't stand it. That's when people blame their emotional disturbances on circumstances. 2, others. Other people must treat me fairly and kindly, and if they don't, they are no good and deserve to be condemned and punished. It's like your animal brain, right? 3, self. I must do well or else I am no good. These are the 3 core distortions that upset people. This is like mental illness, right? And so I'm not saying anyone has mental illness if they don't agree with you. It's more so that these are distortions that are not real. And if you can understand, not memorize, if you can understand this, then you can have these high stakes conversations understanding exactly which distortion they're suffering from. And I'll show you how to overcome them, okay? And so I like to consider like the onion of blame. This is like one of the bigger breakthroughs I had. They start with the outside. They blame circumstances, time, money, other shit. And then the step next to that, they start to blame other people, my spouse, my kids, my employees. And then finally they say like, it's me, it's my fault. And so you might have to overcome multiple layers as you peel back. And based on the objection they give you, you can know where you're at. You know how close you are. If someone just says, I have to think about it, then you're like, great. I'm talking to the person who's in power and the decision maker, and I just need to get them to say yes. If they're like, I don't have, they're casting the power away. And some of you guys are probably casting your power away on decisions you need to make, which is why I'm making this presentation. Even though that these are the things that distort people's realities, because you're like, no one's ever said circumstances are getting in my way, right? No one says that. They manifest in 5 ways that I want to equip you to deal with, all right? For yourself and others. So these are the 5 most common excuses, scapegoats, that people use. And if you find other ones, these are the biggest buckets, because I didn't want to have 100 things here, but the big 3 buckets are circumstances, others, and self, right? But they manifest with time in multiple ways, and I'll show you how. Value, price, money, etc. Fit, I'm a special snowflake. Others, which is I don't have the authority to make the decision. And then finally self, which is if I just don't make the decision, let life make it for me, right? Avoidance, stall. You go from surface level to core. And as a side note, you should never get stuck on the stuff near the top. And ideally, you should really never get stuck anywhere on this equation if the person wants what you have and you truly believe in what you have to help them. But I mean that. Like, if you understand this thoroughly, you can walk someone towards helping themselves. Okay, this is what they look like, or this is what they sound like in reality. Not a good time right now. I'm really busy, right? That's time. Can't afford it. Too expensive. Fit. Not sure if it's for me. I hate broccoli. I can't do a plan with broccoli, right? Can't do a plan where I have to DM people every day. It's against my brand. I'm poor, but it's against my brand, right? Authority. Have to talk to my partner, spouse. I have to talk to somebody who has more power than me. It's funny because when you start thinking this way, it sounds silly. And then avoidance. I need to think about it. Clearly. Let's think about it now. All right? And so I told you I want you to think about the principles behind these things, not memorize. You've got circumstances, you've got other people, and you have yourself. And we drill down. So, quick test. Who here is physically in the room? Raise your hand. Wonderful. Arms are working. We're rocking. So, here's my ask. Raise your hand if you or your prospects present with this distortion. So who here is a time person? I'm busy, it's not a good time, maybe in the future. Anyone deal with these? Sometimes it's yourself, totally. So I'm also going to tell you a secret about this. I think the reason I got pretty decent at logical arguments is because I am inherently skeptical. And I will paralyze myself from not doing anything unless I have really sound reasons to do it. And I realized that I couldn't move forward and make any progress in my life until I had these frameworks to think through these hard decisions through so I could start taking steps where I wanted to go. It took me years to get there. And so hopefully I can give you some keys that help me unlock my own head to get out of my own fucking way so that you can too and help your clients. All right? So the way I think about time, and there's a lot of overcomes for all of these things. What I tried to do is bunch the three biggest ones that I like to use most frequently. And if I veer from like the bullets on the screen, it's because I'm riffing with you and I'd rather just kind of stay in the flow. Is that cool? Okay, fantastic. So when you're overcoming this one, each of these is kind of a specific angle that you're attacking it from. So macro is like, this is a busy season for me. Got lots of stuff going on, right? Micro is like, I don't have any time in my day. So you're one person saying I've got lots of shit going on, one person's like, I can't find the time. It's different. Sounds subtle, but it's both about time, but in different ways. All right. And then the last one is, well, when I have time, I'll start. Right? Everyone knows it's fucking horseshit, but whatever. Okay. So, as always, we never disagree with prospects because you're not in a fight. Totally get it. Totally understand. Do you think, like, do you want this to be something that lasts for the long term? Right? It's a question. You're like, yeah. Do you think that you're going to be busy again in the future? Well, yeah. So you want this to last in the long run, and you do think you're going to be busy again in the future. Well, then don't you think it'd be best to start now when you are busy? Because if you learn how to do it when you're busy, you'll be able to do it forever. If you can only learn it during a perfect circumstance, then you're going to fall off when it gets busy again. And isn't that the time you'd want to have the most support? It goes for you guys too. Well, that's just number one. You got so many lore. Right? And so when you knock that out, the goal is that the person says, well, fuck, that's not a good reason. You take one step towards the truth. So when you're thinking about it, it's not like, oh, I've got to overcome this one thing and then they'll buy. You got to keep peeling. And if you have this framework, you understand the direction you're going in. And you can start listening for the, oh, they're talking about themselves now. I've gotten 2 layers deeper, right? So that's seasonal. Micro. You can't tell someone in a sale, hey, take out your phone, take out your hours by week, pull it up. Oh, look, 22 hours on social media this week. You've got time. So you say it differently. You say, you know what, I had the same issue. And I used to complain all the time about like how I didn't have time to be successful and do the things I needed to do. And my wife got so sick and tired of me saying this, she pulled my phone out and she was like, look, I guess I just found your time, didn't I? I was like, ah, fuck. And you can say it that way, and then a prospect feels better. Does anybody here feel like they don't have time? Right? And the first thing that any program is going to do, if it's a good program, is going to cut out the 90% of the shit that you are doing, which is causing you to feel overwhelmed, which is probably the real reason you feel like you don't have time. Jeff Bezos got the same time you do, right? It's just, what are the things that you're doing that he's not? It's not about adding shit to your plate. It's about removing the stuff that's not working. Because clearly everything you're doing that's filling your time is not making you more money. So you're doing the wrong shit. So there's going to be plenty of time. Because all the stuff you're doing now is not working. Right? Sounds simple. But that's the reason, right? So we want macro, micro. When then? Hey, in the future, when I've got time, I'll totally sign up for your program. Right? Anyone heard this one? Anyone say this one? Right? And again, you want to empathize. You don't say like, oh, that's bullshit. You say, totally understand. I was stuck like this for years. If you can step in their shoes, you're not attacking them. You actually go from the inside out. You step into their self, and then you walk them through the epiphany that you experienced. And it doesn't feel judgmental. It feels helpful. That makes sense? I used to feel the same way, right? And I found this out actually from Jason Fladley, and he was the one who told me this. It's a logical fallacy. It's called the when-then fallacy, which is why it's how I remember it. And the when-then fallacy simply states, when I have X, then I will do Y, but it flips sequence. So it's like, when I get better, I will go to the hospital. Sorry. There's just so many like hilarious ones about like money and stuff. Like, I will start saving money once I'm rich. Like, all right. The thing is that we do this, right? We do this. I'll pay for the program that'll make me more money when I have more money. That's the point of the program. I'll pay for the program that'll help me get a six-pack once I have a six-pack. Once I have more time, which the program's gonna help me have, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a fallacy. And so what that means is it's a distortion. It's not real. And so the goal of having these high-stakes conversations is simply showing people. We're not attacking. We're just walking them through it and be like, do you realize this is holding you back? And I know this better than anyone because I'm a skeptical motherfucker. The reason I can do all these logical things is because I'm the first person I'd overcome, right? And you might be too. So, once we attack time from these three angles, it depends which one they present with. If they present with one and then move to the next, you can knock all three out. You'll probably find some that make the most sense to you. But the thing here is, it's not about memorization. You just got to get it. Macro, you're always going to be busy. Won't you want the most help when you are busy so they can stick forever? Yes. Time. My wife showed me my phone. Turns out I got fucking time. But the reality is, it's not about what I am doing. It's about the stuff I got to stop doing. And that's what I help you with. Right? This isn't scripting. This is just understanding it. Right? And then it's a fallacy. It's a distortion. It's not real. And then just use two crazy examples like, once I have money, then, or I'll save money when I'm rich. Right? Just like ridiculous. Okay. So what do? One reason down, and we're getting closer to the core. Right? Right. So, who here is somebody who's like, I can't afford it, it's too expensive, or has heard this from a prospect? I was like, I better see everybody's hand. Especially if you're selling high ticket, which hopefully you get a gasp. So these are the four frameworks that I think through. There's a million like money closes. These are the ones that I like the most and that to me resonate the best, right? And so why a lot is good is kind of like my first one here. And so the reason that if someone gasps or think that this is a lot of money, you just ask them, is this a lot of money to you? And they're going to say, yeah. If they say no, then you're like, awesome, buy it. And if they say yes, right? And if they say yes, then you're like, that's the exact reason why you're going to be successful. Because there's other people who buy this thing and you know what? They're not all in on it. But the question is, do you want to draw the line in the sand and go all in? Do you want to step over the line and be the person you want to be? Because I can tell you that this is not about whether this works or not. I've already proven that. The question is whether you work or not. And so if you put more on the line, then you have a higher likelihood of being successful. So you should be the last person to be worried about this. I'm more excited because the best stories are always coming from people like you in your exact situation. So don't let that be a reason not to do it. That should be the reason to do it. So the next one is like, why is this not a lot? So first is, the fact that it's a lot for you is good. It means you're going to try hard. The second one is like, well, it's a lot in terms of absolute amount, but relative amount, it's very little, right? Because if all this does is add $10,000 a month to your income, is it worth it? If all this does is get you into a bikini, is it worth it? Yeah. And so then what happens, and the reason that this is a stepping process, right, is that we're just taking these objections out of the way so we can get the person to confront reality, not a distortion they've created, because the reality is the thing they're afraid of. And so what happens is when they say, yeah, if it did that, it would be worth it, right? The problem is they don't believe you, right? And so it's like, great, then it's not about the price. It's about whether you believe me. So you can sidestep it. Does that make sense? We're taking a step closer. And then obviously you can use a comparison, depending on what you're selling. If you can price anchor with like, well, here, they don't have a 4-year degree for doing online fitness. That's why the alternative education industry exists. And it's because the formal education has failed most of us, right? Anybody graduated this year with a 4-year degree? Anyone immediately be able to use that 4-year degree to get leads, make sales? No, me neither. Right. And what's crazy is that some of these degrees are $50,000, $100,000, $200,000 and take 4 years. When you've got something that can help you make that entire amount of money in half the time, right? For a tenth of the price. When you think about it like that, frame, it's actually a great deal. Does that make sense? So you just frame it. You have to give context, all right? So, number one is the fact that it's a lot for you is good. It means you're actually going to try. Number two is if it does what we say it's going to do, the value is there. So that's not actually what you're opposed to, which then we can take the next step. All right. Number 3 is, what's money good for anyways? This is actually one of my favorite lines of reasoning for a variety of reasons, and I'll get to it. When you're looking at a prospect or looking at yourself, you're going to spend this money either way over the next 12 months. You're going to spend it, right? And in fact, not only are you going to spend it, you're going to buy the program. The question is whether you're going to pay for it in money or pay for it in time. And so, like, you can learn every single lesson that's in this program, whether it's losing weight, getting leads, selling online, whatever it is, right? You're going to learn these lessons. But do you want it to take 12 weeks or 12 years? And the question is, are you going to be able to live 1,000 lifetimes because of the 1,000 people that we've helped just like you and gathered all those lessons and put them together so you don't have to do the trial and error for that entire period of time? So the question is not whether you're going to buy it or not, it's just how do you want to pay? And so for me, this is a personal note, and I'll probably say it at the end, but like, the reason we've been able to move quickly through life is that I will buy other people's mistakes. Because it's the only way you can buy time in this life is to buy the knowledge to take less time from other people who have taken their time. And like, if you think about human civilization in general, Edison took however long to make a light bulb, and then we just bought the lesson from him, and now we have light bulbs, right? And the next guy figures out the next thing, and then we just buy the lesson from him. And that's how we have to move faster. So you're going to spend the money either way. Question is, 12 months from now, is it going to be on shit that didn't get you anywhere or stuff that is going to get you somewhere? And no matter what, you're buying the program. You're just going to pay time or you're going to pay with money. And if we're being real, you've probably been paying for time the last 6 years. How's that working for you? Do you want to do more of that? This is a classic one. It's a very easy one to remember. But like, who here knows the difference between a self-made billionaire when they had nothing and where you're at right now if you have nothing? Zero. You're both broke. They were broke. You were broke. Whatever it is, that's where you're at right now. The only difference is that proves that if they were successful, it wasn't about the resources they had. It's about how resourceful they were. So I'll tell you a quick story about this. So anyone here read Shoe Dog? Right. Story of Nike. So in the story, he talks about how he was about to lose everything multiple times. It's a crazy story. And this time it was like it was going to go down. Like, it wasn't going to happen. And he needed a tremendous amount of money, and he just didn't have it. He'd extended all his credit lines. The banks wouldn't do it, and the next lenders that they canceled on him, and the company was going to fold because it was growing too fast. At that point, he could have just given up and said, there's nothing I can do. I maxed out all my cards. I maxed out all my banks. There's literally nothing I can do. And his people had already worked for free. And they were like, we can't do this anymore. He went to his vendors and said, you need to pay my payroll for me. He went to his vendors. Anybody use like landing page software? Anyone? Anyone use something from a vendor? Right. It's like going to that guy, like going to your videographer and be like, listen, you got to pay payroll for me this month, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to keep doing business with you because I'll be out of business. Resourceful, not resources. And the reason this is so important is because when you have nothing, it's the easiest excuse to give yourself. You're like, well, I have nothing. That's why I can't. It's like, of course. But every self-made millionaire and every self-made billionaire was self-made. They started with nothing, which puts them in the exact same seat you are. So the question is, do you want to have power or do you want to not have power? When you have power, you're resourceful, not resources, right? And so if we want to make these decisions that are going to help ourselves, we need to step into that. And so when you're talking to your prospects, it's the same thing, right? Does that make sense? Okay, rocking. I mean, and you can drill deeper into this. It's like, do you think there's anyone else who's been in your situation who's achieved this? Or maybe worse than your situation? The answer is yes. And if they can, why can't you? Right? So we're taking steps closer. Are you guys digging this? Okay, cool. Thanks. I wasn't sure if it was rapt attention or sheer boredom. So we're not feeling. Do you feel what progress you're making? Like, the person presents and says, I don't have time. This shit's busy, blah, blah. And you're like, no, we're going to take one step closer. And they're like, you know what? But I don't have the money, or it's too expensive. You're like, well, if you don't have the money, you're going to be successful. It's worth it, right? Yes, I understand why it's worth it. Well, you don't need money to begin with, right? You got to be resourceful, and you can find the money. Because I'll ask you, this is a fun one for business owners. Who here has had an unexpected bill ever come up? Taxed it? Yeah. And then okay, so everyone here is still alive who raised their hands? Who here was able to magically pull money out of their ass and figure out a way to do it? Raise your hand. here's what's crazy. You have the ability to be resourceful when it's for someone else and not for you. And it's because you choose to be powerful when someone else needs it, but not for yourself. Fucked up, right? So stop doing that. If you function like you have to make payroll tomorrow, and like you're back on rent and you're gonna get kicked out, you think differently. And if instead of paying your landlord, you're paying you because that's what you want to do, it shifts internally. Because everyone's here just proved the fact that you can be resourceful when you choose to be. So just choose to be. So, number 3 is I'm not sure it's a fit for me. So, besides the obvious ones, which is like, I don't want to work out, broccoli sucks, I can't do a program where I can't do cardio, whatever the fuck, right? Like I said, I don't want to do DMs, I don't want to post on Instagram, I don't want to have a Facebook group, whatever, right? Whatever the bullshit is, all right? I'm not sure if the vehicle is a fit for me. So, usually you can overcome the easy ones, but if someone is just really sticking hard, these are the 3 that I use to shift perspective, okay? So this one is new identity, new priorities. So it's good to have cues for these things, which is like we vote with our dollars about the things that we care about. And if you show me what someone is spending their money and their time on, I can tell you what their future is. And I'll tell you an interesting story. So I had somebody who was just like you, who was like, you know what, I don't want to do this either. And I told her this story. Can I tell you it? Yes. This is what you'd say to the prospect, right? So I was with Layla, and we went to Sephora, which is a makeup store. And I show up like this. I feel welcomed. And so we're standing there, she's doing something, and I usually stand in the corner like this. And I saw these 2 little girls, it might have been like, I don't know girl age, so like 12 to 15, this. And they were like giggly and so excited, and they had like the girl with the smock came over, was like helping them out. And she was like, okay, this is like eyeliner, and this is lipstick, and this is whatever, blush. I'm just like using words I've heard. This is how you paint your face. And the thing is, the girls were like so excited. And then they were like, right before they left, she was like, girls, she's like, you have to remember, like now that you're getting older and you're becoming a woman, you need to start budgeting for this stuff. All right, so you're going to start buying this every month. All right, so like remember, you got to save some money for this so you can have it. And the girls were so excited that they were like, yes, like we're becoming women now, and these are the things that women do. It's because when you have a new identity, you have new priorities. And so you've had priorities that are aligned with your old identity, right? There's the you that goes out, the you that drinks, the you that does the blah, 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 spends money on shit you shouldn't do, spends time on shit you shouldn't be spending time on, and there's the you that you want to be. And so right now, we can draw the line in the sand and be like, do you want to keep walking down the road that you have been walking? And if you don't, then you have to step into a new identity. And with that new identity comes new priorities. Because people who want to be rich spend money on themselves. They spend money on education. They invest in their skill sets. Because I want to align my identity with the identity of those who came before me, who've done the things I want to do, right? And just like those little girls stepping into that identity, we too must step into the identity we want to be. Does that make sense? And so when you're talking to somebody who's trying to lose weight, and they're like, I can't afford a gym membership, and you're like, girl, you're spending $200 on your nails, and you've got a $1,000 outfit on, do you think another $1,000 outfit would make you look better, or your high school weight? Right? Do you think another $1,000 outfit would make you look better, or being rich as fuck? And I say that for those of you who are thinking about it on the money side, right? Like you waste money. Some of you guys have bigger shoe collections than it's like fitness people and shoes. It's like the weird and Lululemon and spandex. It's like 100 pieces of spandex. Anyways, so it's like your whole wardrobe could be consolidated into a skill that could buy you as many wardrobes as you want if you chose to, right? Okay, Rocket. I don't like this certain aspect. This is one of my favorite, easiest ones to hit, which is like, real quick, can I get your email address? Because I want to send you $1,000 of free stuff. Specifically, tools and training and a community of people. You got to change, right? What you have been doing has been getting what you've been getting. And you got to change. Because I remember I would go through meal plans with people, and they'd be like, well, can we change this? Because this is what I eat for breakfast. Can we make that the breakfast? And I'm like, that breakfast makes you look like you. That way you spend your first 4 hours of the day makes your bank account looks like what it does look like. right? Taking steps, right? We're getting closer to the truth. And so the thing is that it's going to hurt to change, because change hurts. And you've heard this one probably from Tony Robbins. If you haven't, the question is whether the pain of staying the same is greater than the pain of change. And that's what you just ask someone. And this is in the help part. If someone's like, the pain of staying the same is not worse than this change, it's like, then girlfriend, like gain 50 more pounds and come back. You know what I mean? Like, get there. You know what I mean? Hit rock bottom. This isn't it for you. I'm being real. Some people, rock bottom is 12% body fat. Some people, it's 500 pounds. But everyone's got one. You just got to know where yours is. And all you really got to do is just move what rock bottom is, which is kind of interesting, because you start making a change here, which is kind of interesting as a thought. But are you in enough pain is the question you ask the person. So for those of you who are unwilling to make a change because it feels contrary to, like, oh, I don't want to seem salesy, I don't want to help people, like whatever, right? Like, is your current situation more painful than the change that you will have to go through or experience to get to where you want to go? And so the last one is hypothetical. I actually really love this. This is a great framework overall for overcoming lots of different obstacles or objections that present themselves. But the hypothetical, and there's lots of ways of phrasing this, which is like, you've probably heard the unicorn close. You probably heard, like, if this were perfect, would you do it? On a scale from 1 to 10, where would this program be? If 10 was amazing and 1 was terrible, where is this? They say a number, and you say, cool, what would make it a 10? Why isn't it a 1? Like, you guys heard this scripting before? So you guys are like, no, please talk slower. The reason I said we have to learn the principles behind it rather than memorizing the script is that it all is based on one thing, which is hypothetical, which is, if this were perfect, would you do it? Because you get a hypothetical agreement. And they say, yes, if it were perfect. The thing is that if you're like, if this were perfect, would you do it? If someone says no, then you're like, girl, okay. It's like, let's take 5 steps back. Does my breath smell? Yeah. Because the thing is that they've actually told you a lot there. It's like, it has nothing to do with the stuff you're talking about. They don't trust you. And now we can talk about that, right? So it's a great question to frame, like, where are we? And so it's like, if this were perfect, would you do it? Sometimes they'll laugh. If you ever pour, they'll laugh. They'll say yes, right? And so then you get to flip it and say, then what's the difference between perfection and what we've got? And the thing is that people are very hard. They don't actually know how to generate making a program, because they're not going to, like, know all the things you can deliver on the spot, right? And so they're like, most of the time, they'll be like, I don't know. And you're like, right, well, because it sounds like it's nothing to do with the program. It's all about to do with you. So let's talk about that, right? And then all of a sudden, boom, one step closer to the truth. Does that make sense? All right. And that's why we do hypotheticals. So if it were perfect, what's missing? And then if you can, if they do give you an answer and they're like, I just don't want to do broccoli, then you're like, I do green beans, would you do it? They're like, yeah. You're like, great, green beans it is, sign here, right? Like, you would be fucking amazed how many times shit like that happens. It's like one crazy thing. It's like, well, if we didn't have that, would you do it? Like, oh yeah, sure. Where were you 10 minutes ago, right? And that's how you do a hypothetical. Okay, we're making progress. Still with me? Still digging? Authority, all right? This is one of my favorite, and so this one, instead of having 3, I really just have like one very good statement of reasoning that you should understand, okay? This is real shit. So this is more of a process than it is anything else, but the spouse or decision maker is not there, right? Now, note for you guys, a lot of you guys have had the opportunity to go talk to a spouse, but a lot of you guys don't have that in your business, right? Like, spouse ain't there, and they leave, they're not coming back, right? Or they are, but a very small percentage don't wait for it. Okay, so what we have to do is try and sidestep it by isolating the objection and casting aside the partner, because the partner's not there. So how could they object to anything? They don't even fucking know who you are, right? And so the idea is, and again, this is assuming if you have a really long-term thing, then you want the partner to be there, right? Like, ideally, that's what you have. But if you don't have the opportunity, then you got to go to the next step, right? Which is, what do you think they wouldn't like? And then they will tell you, and then you just overcome the thing, which has nothing to do with the spouse. The spouse isn't there, right? Very easy sidestep. Does that make sense? This works really well. Like, why wouldn't they? It's like, well, because they don't want me to fail. Ooh, they don't want you to fail. Let's talk about you. And so this is the process that I walk through. Do they approve of your current struggle? Are they happy that you're struggling? No. Okay. Then why would they not approve of something that's going to fix something they already don't approve of? Right? They're not happy with how you're currently doing. Why would they be against something that's already making them unhappy? Right? Right. Well, let me ask you this, and then pause. Well, if the roles were reversed, and your husband needed this to make what he wants, his dreams happen, or your wife needed this program to make her dreams happen, would you support her? Then why wouldn't you support you? Right? Right. And I think the real problem that we're dealing with here, and this is the kicker, this is for everybody, is that you're asking for permission instead of support. Because it is your life, not theirs. And what happens is, if you give that power to them, and then 2 years from now, you're still fat, you're still poor, whatever it is, who are you going to blame? Them. And so that's when you have a resentful marriage, because you didn't own your shit. And so I'm not saying you shouldn't explain the decision to them, but the way you explain it to them is what I just said, which is, if I don't do this for me, I'm going to end up resenting you. And I don't want that. And instead of me bitching to you every day about how we don't have money or about how I don't like my body, I'm now doing this and I'm joining a group of support, of community of people just like me. And crazy enough, for some reason, doctors go to college, right? Right? That makes sense. They go to medical school, lawyers go to law school. But where do entrepreneurs go? There's no entrepreneur school. No one teaches this stuff, but it turns out there are people who teach it just for this specific industry, and I can take failures of 1,000 people and pack it into a year. And it's 1/10 the price of a 4-year degree, right? And so instead of whining to you, what I commit to is I'm going to show up and be a better husband, a better wife, a better partner. I'm not going to bitch to you about the stuff because I'm going to take this seriously. I'm going to go all in, and I'm not asking for permission. I'm just asking for your support, all right? That's how you can overcome it, because I'm be real with you. It is about them, and you have to believe that. You can't say this unless you believe it, because you save marriages by showing people that they're the ones in control. Because if they keep saying, my husband's not going to let me buy a weight loss program, what do you think she's secretly saying? Can't believe he won't let me do it, right? If that's real. If she's using it as a foil, you sidestep it, you get to self, right? But that might be the real thing. And if that is the thing, then you have to let them step into that. And that's where, having a 3-day no sweat guarantee or something like that is also helpful. It's like, hey, sign up. And I use a lot of horror and humor in my selling. And so I'd be like, hey, Cindy, if you sign up and you tell your husband and he's upset, and when he sees you, he's like, girl, I don't want you to get in shape. I want you to stay overweight. I want you to put those sweatpants on. I want you to sit on that couch, reach your hand in a bag of Cheetos, put the Cheetos fingers on there. I want you to create generational unhealth. I want you to live 10 years less long. I want you to see our grandkids. I don't want that, right? I want to marry a younger, better you sooner because you're going to have a heart attack. If he says that to you, you have him call me, and then they're cracking up, and you're like, okay. Listen, sign up, 3-day no sweat. If he does tell you that he just wants you to be out of shape and never leave him because he just wants you to get too hot because he's insecure, if he says that, yeah, just let me know, all right? So the whole time you're just joking and stuff, but the 3-day guarantee helps nudge a lot of these people over. Is that cool? You guys get that one? Okay. Great. And so that goes for you, right? It's about support, not permission. That's the bottom line, right? Support, not permission. Because otherwise you're going to blame them for your lack of dreams being realized rather than blaming the person that should, which is you. All right, so this is avoidance. Now we're getting to the core. We've gotten rid of time. We know that you've got time, and the best time to do it is today because you're going to be busy forever, right? Value, we know that you can't afford it. If you can't afford it, you'll buy it. If you can't afford it, it's a great reason to do it. And if the value's there, then there's no reason not to do it because it'll pay for itself, right? And what's money good for anyways? You're going to pay for the program regardless. You want to pay in less time or more time. Value's not a problem. Fit, you got to step into an identity, right? You've got to be willing to change. And the question is just whether the pain that you're experiencing is less than the pain of the change that it takes to experience the next thing, right? If they step into that, they're good. Because it's not about resources, it's about resourcefulness. So fit's not an issue. Authority, they have to own it. It's about support, not permission. We all here? Do you feel like we've peeled the layers back on your prospects? And they're just laid bare naked there? You've solicited the sale. Now you got to close, all right? Avoidance. So now they're like, wait, I need to think about it. So, now that we've exhausted, I'm putting this as emphasis, we've exhausted all outside reasons. Now we're finally talking to someone in power. And that is what a good coach does. We don't make decisions for people. help them make decisions. So here's, I have to think about it. Not sure. Give me a hand. Who's dealt with somebody who thinks that way? All right. At least one person here. No, I'm kidding. All you guys did. You guys are great. So this is how I divide this up. Past, present, future. And so hopefully this should already, before I dive into these, give you simple frameworks to work through. Time, you've got macro, micro, when, then. Right? You got value. You're thinking about, it's not a lot of money. Even if it were a lot of money, it's not a lot of money. You're going to pay for it either way. But you have the simple frameworks that you can walk through. You might just hit them with one, and if they hit it with again, hit them the other angle. Because they're logical frameworks. They're not scripts. That's why I made them bubbles. You don't have to memorize it. You just got to understand it. Past. So I need to think about it. And so the thing is and this, the first bubble there is if someone's like, I feel like this is happening so fast. Anyone get that one? I just got on the phone with you. I don't really know who you are. And you're like, hey, this is not a fast decision, right? You've been making the decision for the last 6 years. You continually make the decision. All we're doing today is deciding you're actually going to do something about it, right? How long you wanted to lose weight? A long time. So this is not a fast decision at all. But the thing is that, and this is where you go sunk cost. So if I were talking to you guys, I would say, you bought tickets because you saw some ad, you registered there, you got your flights, you got a hotel, you blocked the time, you flew here, you listened to this whole thing, you're 6 inches from gold. This isn't a fast decision at all. You did all these things to get here because it's important to you. So don't let that distortion stop you from getting what you want. Right? It's fear. Right? Let's face that. What are you afraid of having happen? Which, by the way, I took the slide out, but my 2 favorite questions to ask in a sale that I feel like are the fastest to cut through is, what are you most afraid of having happen if you buy? What are you most afraid of? What's the worst thing that you envision in your mind? And if they're not sure, I just fill in the blanks. I'm like, I take your credit card, I swipe for as much as I possibly can, I go to Vegas, I put it all on black, and then I go to Monaco where they can't extradite me. Fair enough? And they're like, I was not thinking that. And you're like, right. So what's the worst thing? What's the real thing? And they're like, I just have bought so many programs before. You're like, right. Let's talk about that, right? And so I'm going to skip one forward, and then I'm going to go back to it. This is one of my favorite obstacle or objection overcomes. I call it don't let it burn you twice. And this, literally, you can see the date. It happened yesterday. This girl texted me or messaged April 6th. She said, it's crazy to think that I had a sales call with you 6 years ago, and I'm kicking myself in the butt for not jumping on. This is yesterday. Right? I don't even know the company anymore. And I said, you let a bad decision burn you twice. Once when you made your poor investment, but a second time when you let that bad investment stop you from a good investment. It would be like, anybody ever have a boyfriend or girlfriend in middle school or high school that they're not currently married to? Anyone? Just come on. Help me out here. Okay. It would be like having a bad 8th grade boyfriend or girlfriend and being like, you know what? Men aren't for me. All coaches suck, right? There's good coaches, there's bad coaches. There's crazy ass bitches and there's crazy ass dudes. You know what I mean? There's also good ones. And so the thing is, if you let the bad one prevent you from the good one, you get burned by being with the bad one and because you let the bad one control your next decision, right? And so when someone has had a bad experience with doing keto or whatever the fuck, right? Or you had a bad experience with some program that you did or did not do or they didn't fulfill, whatever. Either way, don't let that burn you twice, because no matter what you're going to have to do, you're going to have to do these actions, whether you're part of the program or not. You're going to do these workouts, whether you're part of the program or not. It doesn't matter. You're going to have to do it. So you might as well do it. Somebody's going to get you there fast, right? Let me go back one real quick. So it's not a fast decision. And this is another one that I love, which is, do you think that you're maybe in this position because you have struggled to make a decision in the past? You have waffled when it came time to make the hard call? Have you been in this conversation and said no before? Yeah. Do you think that's why you're here? Yeah. Do you think that might be the reason you should change that? Yeah. Okay. Let's change it. One decision, change your life. And the last one is are you tired of another year of almost? Right? Tired of another year of almost hitting your goals, almost getting to 10K a month, of almost, hiring the team that you wanted, of almost retiring your wife or husband, or almost moving into the neighborhood that you wanted to move into, or almost being able to pay for your kids' recreational sports rather than not being able to because you can't afford it. You're tired of another year of almost. Well, if you're tired of another year almost, then we can't do what we're doing to get here for another year, because we're going to get another year almost. And so the question isn't what it costs you, but how much has it cost you to not decide up to this point, right? The cost of inaction. And I think that when we think about our lives in reverse, we never regret the things that we did, we regret the things we didn't do, the opportunities that we let pass by. And I think that if you can let that person step into that power, they will make the decision to help themselves, like this person did not. All right, present. So, depends on who you're talking to. If someone's talking about past stuff, then you deal with the past stuff. The second frame for avoidance is present, which is they just don't know how to make a fucking decision, right? And so you have to help them make a decision. And so this one, the rocking chair, is one that I just, for some reason, have used a tremendous amount of time, especially when I was selling weight loss, is to be like, I just really, really need to think about it. Be like, totally understand. Well, let's walk through like what that looks like. You're not gonna like go home, sit in the rocking chair, smoke a cigarette because of course you're not healthy yet, right? You'll quit when you're healthy, right? You're smoking your cigarette and you're like, am I gonna do this weight loss program, right? You just sit there and just stare into the clouds like, I wonder. No, of course not. You're getting in your car and then you're gonna realize you gotta pick up Timmy from soccer practice, you gotta get groceries, you gotta cook, you gotta clean, you gotta pick up, go do the laundry, you gotta do all these things, right? And then 3, 4, 5 days from now, you're gonna put on that old pair of jeans and it's not gonna fit and you'll be like, fuck. And just there, you'll have made the decision. You'll keep living your life. And so let's just make it now. Because the reality is that it doesn't take information to make decisions. It doesn't take time to make decisions. It takes information. And I'm the only source of information you got. So let's talk. I'm here. I'm here for you. Let's do it. Right? Because that's the fallacy. Is that people think they need more time to make decisions because they assume they will get more information in that time. But if you are the source of the information, then time does not help them. And so let's confront it now, and let me answer the questions you have to make the decision, one way or another. Does that make sense? All right. And so then they're like, well, then fuck, how do I make a decision? You're like, glad you asked. So there's 3 things that we got to understand. Do you believe that this product or service is going to help you achieve what you want? Yes or no? They're going to say yes, right? If they don't, you can confront it. Note, all of these are confronting decisions. So we've moved all the way down the onion. Right? We're at truth now. And the theme of the last bullet is confrontation. We have to confront the decision. We got to peel it back and be like, are we going to do this or not? Right? Because we already got out the time, we got out the fit, we got out the spec, we got everything out of the way. It's just you. Do you think that this is going to help you get closer to your goals? Yes or no? 2, do you trust me to fulfill my word? That I said I'm going to help you, I'm going to do these calls, I'm going to do these workouts, I'm going to do whatever. Right? 3, this is probably the most important one. Do you think it'll work for you? And if they say no, you say, why not? And then they have to defend why not. And then it's very easy. At that point, it's a 6-inch putt. Right? And once they say yes to all 3, which is usually what will happen, be like, cool, we'll make the decision together. Do you know how to make the decision? They'll say no. You go through the 3. And the last question is, they said yes, yes, yes. It's just, do you have or have access to the amount of money to get started? Do you have the Amex? Do you want to help you enroll in an Amex? Because I want to help you. I'm good either way. But if you believe that this is going to help you get closer, you believe that what I'm saying is true, and you believe that you can be successful, it's my moral obligation to get you going and do everything in my power to help you get the money or get access to it. Because the real rule is if I was giving you a Ferrari right now for $5,000, you'd find the money. If your landlord needed you to come up with $10,000 because you had background and payroll, you'd find the money. So find the money. Let's do it. Right? 3, who wants to make informed decisions? Yes? How can you make an informed decision if you haven't even tried it? Huh? So this is when you have some element of trial in the program or some sort of guarantee, which is why I'm a big fan of guarantees. It's like, well, you can't make the decision to buy that's informed until you're on the inside. So I'm not even asking you to make a decision right now. I'm just asking you to make an informed decision, which you can only do on the inside. And if after 30 days I'm not what I said, this product doesn't do what I told you, I didn't fulfill my promise, and you don't think it's going to work for you, you let me know, I'll give you the money back. Low pressure. You get someone to decide by not deciding. Even easier. Does that make sense? Think that'll help you close? Yeah. All right. And then this one is, it depends on who you're selling to, but sometimes if you have a logical person, it's like, do you know what deciding even means? Like where the etymology of the word comes from? It's decadere, which is Latin, which means to cut off, kill off. And so the question is, which future are we killing off today? Are we killing off the future of the dreams that you want? Are we killing off the future? Are we killing off the future of not doing anything and the life that you've lived up to this point? Because indecision is a decision. Inaction is an active decision, right? And so it's just which one are we killing today? We killing your dreams or are we killing your past? Second to last one, future. So we talked about past. So if they're thinking about the past, the things that hurt them, don't let it burn you twice, etc., right? They don't know how to make a decision, rocking chair. This is how you make a decision. 3 things. You have access to money. Great. Let's get going. You want to kill your past. You want to kill your future. Right? Awesome. We're talking about the future. This is actually magnifying pain, which is, cool, you got here. It's been 5 years you've been struggling. How's another 5 years sound? What if we just keep doing? Let's go with indecision. Let's look at it. What does 5 years of you doing what you've been doing look like? And is that a place you want to be? No? You got to change to change. Let's do it. Right? And then you go right into let's consider the options, which is like this is logic, right? So let's consider the options. Option 1, you do the thing, you get the result, life is awesome. Option 2, you don't do the thing, you don't get the result because you didn't do the thing. Option 3, you do the thing but then you don't get the result. All these are the options that can happen in front of you. Because we have a guarantee, they're all risk-free, except for one of them. Only one of them has a true guarantee of not getting you where you want, which is walking out the door. So which risk-free option do you want? The one that's risk-free that guarantees that you're not going to get there, or the one that's risk-free and has the potential to get you where you want to go? Right? That's not an emotional close. It's logic. And if you have an offer that's set up that way, you should be able to close most people as long as they don't think you're an asshole. Right? Okay. This is one that's more around urgency, because again, this is avoidance. If someone says, I'm still not sure, I want to think about it more, whatever, you say, well, you're not going to struggle forever, right? Like, you don't want to struggle forever. You're going to do something about this, whether it's weight loss, business, whatever. They're going to say yes. You're like, well, if you're going to fix your business eventually, you might as well start fixing it now so you can start enjoying the fruits of that labor sooner. Would you prefer making more money faster or slower? What's your preference? Great. So if you're going to do it eventually, you might as well do it now. Does that make sense? It's a little nudge. This is a final one that I just really like from a framing perspective, which is instead of this has to be my savior, this program has to get me to an IFBB Pro bikini body and I'm 100 pounds overweight, probably not realistic, right? Reframe the question is, do you think that making the decision is going to help you get closer or further from your goal? That's it. Because if we keep making decisions that keep getting us closer, we will get there eventually. But if we make decisions that get us further away, we will not get there. And so do you think that this is going to get you closer to your goal than what you're currently doing? Yes. What are we waiting for? We don't need to be snipers. We need to be directionally right. If we do that long enough, we'll get there. Does that make sense? That helps you too, because we have this fear of perfectionism. Is this going to be the one? Probably not. But it will get you fucking way closer, right? So I can tell you, there's no one program that changed my life. But the decision to buy education changed my life forever. Does that make sense? Yeah. All right. Boom. And so let me look at the top. We have no reasons left not to own the power that you have. It's just you. All right. And here's bonus number 6. And you can use this as one of there's some closes that you use all the time. You always go back to, right? The reason you are telling yourself not to do this is the reason you need to do it. How long do you want? I can't afford this to be on your list of problems in life. The fact that you don't have time is the very reason you need to do this. The fact that you're so dependent on your spouse is the reason you need to take this decision and own it, right? The fact that you're not sure about the person that you want to be is the very reason that we're going to help you get it in this program. So whatever the reason is usually the biggest chain that you're holding on to, is the thing that you're enslaving yourself to, is the thing that you're casting your power to. If you break that chain, power comes back to you. And so the very reason that you're holding yourself back is typically the very reason that you need to do it. So hopefully, this helps you realize that you and your clients are always in complete power. Did I accomplish that? Awesome. And like I promised at the beginning, my hope is that you become more powerful by making decisions rather than letting life make them for you. All right, so here's a few final thoughts. Fortunes are created by taking a lot of risk with a little bit of money. Fortunes are maintained by taking a little bit of risk with a lot of money. And every one of those people that was self-made takes a lot of risk with a little bit of money. And sometimes you need to take that step because it's the only way to build the fortune. All right? And if everything that I've ever made in my life, everything that I've made in my life is a result of investing in my own education. It has gotten me far higher returns than any stock, any real estate, any crypto, right? Any whatever, by a mile. And people say it's all about investing in yourself. I think it sounds amorphous. It's buy experience and skills. Because no government can take that from you. No divorce can take that from you. Nothing can take that from you. And I come from a family where, so we're Persian. And so my parents had to flee Iran during the revolution. And so they had land and houses and other stuff, right? And my uncle was the brother to a guy who started the lottery in Iran. He owned the lottery, because you can do that there, right? Very rich. And so my dad and him, he went to London, my dad went to the US. He had no skills. And he was able to just forge enough money to buy a print shop, and he lives above the print shop in London. And still to this day, that's what he does. And I went to visit him. It was incredibly sad seeing just like, well, once and his wife, my dad gave her a scarf, and it was like a nice scarf apparently, and she just bawled. She's like, I used to have rooms of these, and now I have nothing, and blah, 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 right? My dad came to the United States with $1,000. But because he had skills, he built it all from scratch. And so, I mean, he was a doctor, as all Middle Eastern and Indians are. Right? Doctor, lawyer, accountant, engineer. Anyways, the only 4 approved paths. But when we say invest in that, we come from a place where, like, it was literally all taken. The government was like, that's our house now. That's our land now. That bank account is our bank account now. And so that was why it was so, and like, that might be a benefit for me. I had somebody who was always like, it's the only thing no one can take from you. And so why would you not invest in the one thing that can never be stolen, can never be taken, and compounds with time? And it increases your capacity to make money, increases your capacity to live. And so I like to think of the investments that I've made in myself as bricks on a bridge. And so if I'm on the bottom left here, and where I want to be is the top right-ish, right? Looking like the Nightmare Before Christmas now. You're going, like, there are many skills that it takes to cross the bridge, right? And just like you have an arithmetic teacher in high school, once you learn calculus, you're not like, that guy was a load of shit. Calculus is what, no, you have to learn things in sequence, right? And so the thing is that when we build this bridge, it's one brick at a time. And I always come back to the same question, which is this going to get me closer to where I want to go? I don't need it to get me there. I just need to get closer. And if I get better, I'll get there eventually, right? As long as I don't stop moving. And so that's why what I've dedicated my life to education. My mission is to document and share the best practices of building world-class companies. Because when you realize that you are the source, you realize that Superman is not coming. It's just you. And every decision that you make is a vote towards or against the person that we want to be. And so the question for you is that are your decisions voting towards the person that you want to become, or just more of what you already have? And so people ask me all the time, how do you move so quickly? And the answer is, I know how to buy time. And the follow-up question is, how do you buy time? You buy time by buying the time it took other people to make mistakes that taught them the lessons. That's how you do it, right? That's the hack. And so right now, the ignorance of not knowing how to create $1 million a year is costing you $1 million a year. The fact that you don't know how to make $1 million a year is costing you $1 million a year. Think about it, right? And so therefore, you should always be willing to invest money to increase the capacity for your income. Because once you have it, that capacity pays you forever. You're increasing your ability. Does that make sense? We're widening the pipe. And so when I thought about this, I just added zeros to it, and I was like, it's fucking costing me $1 billion a year not knowing how to make $1 billion. God, right? But it's true, because the number one tax that no one appreciates or no one respects is not the tax of the government, it's not capital gains, it's not income tax, it's the time tax of ignorance. Someone asked Layla yesterday, what's the number one thing that people from 0 to 10K are messing up? You don't know what the fuck you're doing. That's what's messing you up. You're ignorant. You have no idea. You're eating an orange like an apple. No clue, right? And it's not because you don't have the processing power. It's not because you don't have the ability to reason. It's because you just don't know. And so the goal is to pay down the time tax of ignorance as fast as humanly possible. And the only way you do that is by educating and investing yourself, right? Specifically, investing in experiences that build skills. So make the decisions to help yourself, implement like crazy, take ownership, because we just discovered that all the other shit is not real. It is literally a distortion of reality, that anything that you give your power to that's not you is fake. You're making it a false god in your life, and your prospects are too. And now you know how to confront those when your mind tries to play tricks on you. And no program is going to save your life, all right? But some things can move you close to your goals. And when those rare opportunities present themselves, take them, all right? Because either you win or you learn, and both of those get you closer to wherever you want to go, all right? And so I'll wrap up with this. That was me in a swanky, when I was a consultant, looking cool. It was actually after, I don't even have a good picture when I was a consultant, but there's me in a suit. And I knew I hated the job that I had. I made okay money, but I just really wasn't happy. And I emailed 40 gym owners and I was like, hey, I think I want to get in fitness. Can somebody help me out? One guy was like, sure, you can work for free. I was like, awesome. That guy was Sam Bakhtiar. And anybody know who Sam Bakhtiar is? Raise hand. Jeez, okay. Well, Seven Figure Sam is what he used to be known as. He actually died during COVID, which is really sad for me because I really looked up to Sam. And the thing is that when I got to his office, I literally drove across the country from Baltimore to LA, or Chino Hills, which is where he was. And I showed up without notice, and he was like, you're a psychopath. I just met you on the internet. And I was like, I'm here, ready to learn. He was like, I'm going to lunch. And but right after he came back from lunch, he was like, all right, so you should join my mastermind. And I was like, I don't have a gym. And he's like, that's okay. It was a gym mastermind. And I was 22. I did not have a lot of money. And he was like, well, it's 10 grand. And I was like, I don't know. And he's like, you need to fucking commit, man. He's like, you've been waffling. first call, but if you dial twice, you'll get through. Number two is that the time to contact was too slow. So a lead would come in and they would just like sit there for 30 minutes, 60 minutes, an hour, getting contacted. It's like, what did this person do? They're like, oh, I'd like to find out more information. Nothing. And the third thing is that they didn't have the right times to set appointments and they weren't nurturing correctly. So we go same day, next day. I'm just giving you some secrets. And they didn't have morning of nurture. Meaning, if you have an appointment today and you booked this appointment 3 days ago, if I don't remind you that day that you have an appointment, the likelihood that you show is lower. And so these are the problems that they have. No double dial, slow speed to contact, and they didn't have any morning of.
One thing that made robodialing so harmful in a lot of different ways, but one of the things that made it spread so much and made it harmful for businesses as well as consumers is the ability to spoof a phone number. So what that means is that any phone company, any VoIP company, any carrier, so we can do this, any company out there, Twilio, Vonage, anything can do this. It's really easy to enter a new number for your caller ID, right? And that just changes the number that's broadcast when you make a call. And you got to think, this is the same technology, by the way. Like, phone technology hasn't really evolved a lot since Alexander Graham Bell. It's all, it all has to still be able to be supported through copper wires, and landlines have still been a thing. They're on their way out, but they're still around. And so what can be broadcast through the phone channel is really just a number and sometimes a name. And that's it. So the problem with that, though, is that's all you can broadcast. There's no way to kind of verify anything or check it. So picture, person A calls person B, and that's going through carriers. Well, person B's carrier, let's pretend it's AT&T or whatever. All they see is, here's a number, here's a name. That's all that's being broadcast. They don't know, well, is this actually the phone number that's calling me? Or is this just the caller ID that's being broadcast? They can't tell that. There was no way to know it because, again, it's copper wire, right? There's no special anything. There's no way to do a reverse trace back and find out the origin source. You just see what's ultimately delivered. So what that meant is that these robocallers could spoof any number for free, and they would. And then they could call from that number. So I will make my number 555-1234, and I'm going to broadcast and blast out a ton of calls. And as soon as my connect rate dips down, or I've done that for however many cycles, I go from 555-1234 to 1235, right? And I can just keep spinning through and cycling through as many numbers as I want. I'm not spending anything. The carriers can't tell the difference. And there we go. I mentioned it hurts businesses and not just consumers because that number they're spoofing could be your number.
Every lie needs a liar. And when it comes to trading, the biggest lie is do this and you won't lose money. And the liar is anyone who says that there's no risk involved. After all, trading involves risk, but there's a way to mitigate that risk. And it has nothing to do with joining Discord channels, trading signals, or alert groups. Because if you've been trading for at least 6 months, you know that is not the path to becoming a profitable trader. What you need instead is the right strategy. And that's exactly what I'll share with you. So once you realize what this trading strategy is capable of, you can use it to become profitable in just 8 weeks, even with a 9-to-5, or just 1 hour a day to trade. My name is Jordan, founder of Freedom Team Trading, and we help struggling traders become profitable in just 8 weeks without relying on alerts, without trading more than an hour a day, using our 3-phase system. Now, I'm sure you may be thinking, if I'm already trading and I've tried a bunch of different strategies, what can you teach me that I don't already know? And that's fair. So let me ask you something instead. What if there was a way to still see your account grow without having to spend more than an hour each day checking your trades? In fact, what if you could have your trades profiting for you in the background while you're at your job going about your day, and still have the sheer certainty that you'll be profitable without having to micromanage your positions? Because if you think about it, most people spend 2 to 3 hours a day trading, which adds up to about 10 to 15 hours of work every single week. And that's time you could be spending with your friends, with your family, or even resting from your 9-to-5 job. And I'm sorry to say this, but there's people out there making 6 figures a month barely spending an hour a day trading. And they're not smarter than you. They just know something that you don't. And that is our 3-phase system. See, this system allows traders to stop relying on signals, Discord groups, or alerts in order to profit. Most importantly, it allows them to put a hard stop on trading based off emotion. which enables them to reduce error and make more money. In fact, over 200 people from all walks of life in their 20s, 30s, 40s, and even their 50s are now profitable. And now, for a limited time, you can get access to the same information that they have simply by clicking the link below. Because when you do, you'll see a page like this. And what's on the other side is a free training where I'll walk you through a quick video showing you our three-phase system and how I've made over 6 figures by utilizing it. All while I barely spend an hour a day checking my trades, and while I get to enjoy the rest of my day doing absolutely whatever it is I want. So if this is something that you want, and becoming profitable in 8 weeks is on your bucket list, click that link or button below and watch this short video where I explain how our three-phase system works. More importantly, how you can use it right away for your next trade. See you there.
Nurture. But wait, there's more. The second problem they had, or opportunity for improvement, was that they had a low close rate. And this is based on our benchmark. I would normally give you a KPI, but it has so many different variables in terms of what percentage close rate is. Because if you're selling in person, for example, for a low ticket thing, you might be able to sell 80% plus of people walk in the door. On the flip side, if you're selling an investment opportunity over the phone on, a first or second contact, you might sell 5%. But for this particular type of sale that they had, which was a 2-call close for I would say a mid-price consumer service, in my opinion, they should have been about 40%. So 40% is what I wanted them to be at. And then current was 27%. So this is where they were. This is where we wanted them to be. And again, for context here, this is about a 50% improvement. So problem number one is that they had service level discovery. If you're not familiar with that terminology, in a sales script, there's different kind of phases that you go through in a conversation. And the opening part is often a little bit of rapport, and then right after that, you get into discovery. Discovery is where you're discovering what the problems that the person is going through. You're trying to understand why they are where they are, why they're on the phone with you, why they decided to take time out of their day, why this problem's important to them, what they've tried in the past, et cetera, right? This is the discovery. This gives you all the ammunition that you're going to use at the end of the sale to close it. So the way that they were doing was simply saying, how much money do you want to make? Just asking the one question, which is the big obvious question. It's surface level. But the big thing that you always want to ask when you're selling is intention. Why do they want this? What changes as a result of this? How will your life look different? What can you not do now that you would be able to do as a result of this change? Who else in your life would that affect? Why does that matter to you? Right? And so these are all why questions, and it's to dig up their intentions. Because if you can understand why someone's there, it's much easier to get them to agree to getting them there. Right? But if you don't know that someone's trying to, let's say, replace their income versus quit their job versus just have side hustle money, those are very different intentions. If I want to talk to side hustle money, I'm probably not going to be like, this is going to take a ton of time. On the flip side, if someone's like, I hate my job, I just want to do something that's not this, then I might talk about what the day-to-day looks like in this scenario and ask them if that sounds better to them. So if you think about sales process, what they were doing is they were asking questions that were here, surface level. But this is where all the meat is. And that's where all the money is the questions that are below the surface, is understanding why someone's even doing this to begin with. Look at that iceberg. Killer iceberg. And so the second issue is that they had a lot of objections coming up on the call. I'll say objections, but I also mean obstacles for those of you who are sales senseis. Objections happen after you talk about the number. Obstacles happen before you talk about the number. If you come on the phone and I say, hey, why are you here? And you're like, I just want to find out more information. That's actually an obstacle. You already have to confront that. Because no, you're not hopping on phone calls all day trying to find information. What problem are you trying to solve? And then they're like, well, and then you get into it, right? But if you don't address that up front, it'll blow up on you in the close. So objections and obstacles is what they were encountering a lot of. And part of that is because their discovery was wrong, right? They were talking to service level, so then lots of shit was blowing up on them in the close. Common objections that happen after you present price is, this is too much, I need to think about it, I have to talk to my spouse, I'm not sure if this is for me, I'd like to get more data, can you send me a brochure? These are all just the make-believe things that people will say in order to not buy from you. Interestingly, a lot of times, if you stay in the surface level, they'll even give you what we call smoke screens. So basically, they'll just come up with a reason that they're not going to do it, and it's not even the reason. They just throw a smoke bomb up, and they're like, I don't like English, walk away, right? It has nothing to do with it. They just want to get off the phone. So those are the two issues that we had on the sales, and that was getting us to this 27% close rate. And what this looks like is lots of argumentation and hard closing, and it's because the sales isn't positioned properly, and they were basically talking at people and not listening. If the salesperson is talking more than the prospect in your sales, these are likely issues that are coming up. I'm going to give you 2 examples real quick to show you how important delivery of a message is. So if I say I have to think about it, and I say, oh, Like, what are your main concerns, or what are the main variables that you're considering? You're not thinking, wow, this guy's a douchebag. I sound like I just genuinely want to know. I call it childlike curiosity. I always cue it by tilting my head. I'm like, what are the main things? And I would increase my voice at the end there. An improperly trained salesperson might be like, well, what are the main concerns you have? And all of a sudden, that sounds like a very different thing. So they're saying the script, but they're not, but the prospect isn't hearing the same message. And these are little details that actually make a huge difference in ultimately how you close. There's a lot of things in tone, but I'll just say one is how you raise or lower your voice. And the second is where you choose to emphasize. If I say, I didn't say he hit his wife. If I say like that, I have neutral tone. If I say, I didn't say he hit his wife, then it's like, I'm not saying that. I didn't say he hit his wife is now saying that, like, those weren't my words. I didn't say he hit his wife. He's the one to question. I didn't say he hit his wife. Means like he might have done something else, but he did something to his wife. I didn't say he hit his wife. It could have been somebody else's. I didn't say he hit his wife. It might have been his kid, right? And so it's the same sentence, but simply emphasizing different parts of it communicate different things. And so the tone and emphasis create a altogether package of how we communicate. And for them, their tonality was way off as a team because they were missing the first 5 minutes of discovery and setting the frame properly. And so I'll give you the last set of problems, opportunity for improvement, and then we'll dive into what we did to solve them and what happened. Sales problem 3, opportunity for improvement. People and org structure issues. So issue number 1 is that CEO was the sales manager. And that was because he was the best closer. He had a significantly higher close rate than the rest of the team, but he wasn't a very good sales manager, even though he was a good closer. By the way, that's one of the main issues that a lot of sales teams have is they promote their best closer as a sales manager. And oftentimes, those are two very different skills. And we could see this because the churn on their sales team was through the roof. Just to be clear, like, they were a group of young founders. It's not uncommon. It's actually probably very common because usually when you start a business, learning how to promote and sell the product is usually the job of the founders. Like, how do I get people to want to buy the thing? And so they end up getting the most reps early on and also understanding the prospect better than just about anyone. And so one of the big things, you guys, a little mini sales lesson today, is that companies will over-educate on the product and under-educate on the prospect. The person that you should be educating your sales staff on is who we're talking to more than what we're selling. Because for me, if I know someone deep in their core, what their intentions are, I can sell them anything. I know someone inside and out, and then someone says, sell this thing, and I know nothing about it. I could probably get them to buy. On the flip side, I know everything about this thing, and I don't know who I'm talking to. I'm talking to a child, a man, a woman, old, young, different language. And so a lot of people talk like, hey, sell me this pen. When in reality, what we want to do is like talk to John. The majority of good sales trainers who try to do that gimmick, what they want the person to do is ask them a question. It actually has nothing to do with the pen. And so if they say, sell me this pen, what you do is you take the pen and you put it in your pocket and you say, how's it going? What brought you in today, right? Because I got to go from where they're at to wanting a pen. I'm not going to just be like, hey, buy this pen, give me money. Like, it doesn't work that way. But bad salesmen do. So the second issue was the setting team expectations. One of the benefits of working with someone who has more experience is that we know what the benchmarks should be. And so a lot of times we can reset someone's minimum standard. And they're like, well, they're setting 2 a day. And we're like, they should all be minimum setting 3. And that sounds tiny, but again, 2 to 3 is a 50% increase in sets, and that's across the whole team. So that means a lot of productivity. But if you set the bar low, people will just naturally shrink down to that level. All right, so you understand the problems, and here is the data. This is before. They had a low show rate issue, they had low close rate, multiple issues around that, and they had people and organizational issues. So I want you to pause real quick in the video, in the comments, to be like, what would you do? How would you attack these issues if this was your business? And then I'll tell you what we did. Now, there's 2 elements to solutions. Element 1 is, what would you do to attempt to solve the problem? And the second is, which one do we do in what order? The third problem, that was actually the first thing we decided to fix, was that we hired a sales director. The reason for that was because the CEO was overly involved, he was micromanaging, he wasn't a good manager, and he also wasn't doing CEO stuff. And so we had to hire an experienced sales director who in this instance had been a sales trainer for a similar type of sale in a consumer good. This guy ended up being exceptional in being able to implement the rest of the changes that we outlined. So this was, in terms of order of importance, I think if we hadn't done this and had tried to do the rest of them, it would have fallen flat. This is like one of the most common errors that business owners and founders make, is that they see the what and not the who, or they focus on the how and not the who. And if you have the same problem that has recurred multiple quarters in a row in the same department, underneath of the same who, it might not be a what issue, it might be a who issue. One of the reasons having experience is helpful is because you know what it looks like when it's right. Some of the biggest costs in the business are hiring incorrectly. You waste the time trying to find them, you waste the time onboarding them and training them, and then you waste the time of all the time it takes you to figure out that they're not the right fit. and all the lost growth that you would have had to then start that process over again, that's tough. But a lot of businesses have to deal with that, which is why picking personnel is so important. With this instance, we looked at culture fit, which is like, do we think that this guy will fit in? Which we usually, the founders, pick that part out. Like, hey, does this guy fit in? Cool. And then we're going to hardcore drill on usually experience and tactical knowledge. And so we have subject matter experts at Holdco, media buying, CRO experts, sales experts, finance experts, whatever. And we will then do tactical interviews. We talked about earlier, you can know that someone is good based on the quality and quantity of the data that they collect. I would ask somebody, what data do you plan on collecting and how would you plan on fixing those things? Based on how vague they are and how high level they go in terms of their solutions, it'll tell you how nuanced they can be in their thinking and ultimately executing solutions. Sales directors specifically, in my experience, when I have guys who are like, I just want to build up people, I want to give these guys skills, and they marry that with like, and these are the metrics that I track to know X, Y, and Z, that's a good sales director. The next thing we decided to solve, boom, was fixing the ad targeting. And the reason we did the sales director first was because we're like, well, how do we know if anything else is going to happen afterwards if we fix this? So what we ended up doing here, it turns out, is that we also had another personnel issue. The media buyer was asleep at the wheel. They were optimizing around the wrong stuff. They were trying to split their attention and start their own side hustle. It was clear that they were negligent. They actually were doing the right thing, and then they stopped doing the right thing, and it was clear that that type of behavior the founders felt was not going to correct itself. So they let go of that person, hired a new person, and boom, fixed the ad targeting problem. We were back to 25 to 35-year-old people who love their job. What did we fix next? Boom! We reduced the sales team. What? And we reset expectations for the setting team. What we looked at is sales team utilization. If we know that guys can take 10 sales a day and they're actually only taking 4, then we have too many salespeople. In this instance, it gives you an opportunity to cut the fat, for lack of a better term, and reward the people who are actually doing their jobs and closing well. If you cut the lowest percentage of the team and you have utilization, like you have space, you lose the lowest closing percentage people and you gain more closes just by shifting the closing rate overall of the team. When you make those changes, in my experience, salespeople get into a rhythm. If you don't take enough sales calls, you're too desperate to close the deal, and then you start being too hard and not listening enough because it's about you, not them. When salespeople have more and more consults, they sell from the back of their heel, they're open-minded, they're asking questions, they're feeling good, and they get in a rhythm. The setting team, we both downsized and increased expectations. How did all these sales increase? By having fewer people. We had better people. That's how. And that also helps recreate the culture of the team so that we can have a new standard set of high performers. Because there's nothing that demotivates a high performer like a low performer who's still on the team. And so we went from 2 to 4 in terms of our expectation per day for the team in terms of sets. Sales fix numero 4. I'm messing all my columns up now, so you have to deal with it. We promoted one setter to lead nurture specialist. I was saying earlier that they were multitasking, right? So they're doing some setting and they're doing some lead nurture. And that gets really hard for a team of 6 guys to split those things. We took one of the setters who was really good and made that person the lead nurture specialist, which basically acted as the bridge for both the setting team and the closing team to basically coordinate and remind the people of their appointments. And we equipped that lead nurture specialist with one of our checklists for what that role needs to do to get the most people to show up. And I'm not going to give you all because it's a long checklist. I'll give you 2 quick examples. One of them is doing a 3-way intro once you have the set appointment between the setter and the closer, and doing it via iPhone if you can. Because now you have a known person and an unknown person and a person that bridges the two. They might no show on Johnny over here, but not on the guy that they just spoke with. And so the idea is, how can I bridge that gap and kind of make the association for them, add some trust. The other thing is that the closers, morning of, would remind them with either a voice memo or a video text personalized to them, being like, hey, John, really excited for our appointment today. I saw your profile, XYZ personalized to you. Really pumped for it. I think we'll be able to help you out. So that's just a couple of things that we have on that list that we had them implement and all do consistently. And sales team fix number 5, boom, is we optimized the sales scripts. I said earlier that the discovery was too surface level. So we re-scripted the discovery, made sure we're asking deeper, more meaningful questions. And a part of that is also bringing some of the objections to the front. It's much easier, and this is the terminology that our team uses, which is killing zombies, right? It's a lot easier to kill a zombie when it's far away than when it's on top of you. If somebody's trying to bring up a zombie in the close, another way of saying it is like, you want to defuse the bomb before it goes off in the close in your face. So we solve the problem before we bring it up. Now, this is actually something that we added to this part of the script, which is prior to the appointment, we say, hey, is there anyone else who'd be required to make a decision about this thing? If they say yes, then you say, cool, well, let's push back the appointment and let's get that person on. That way, you have all the decision makers present. So these are just little things, but like little 1% improvements over and over again is what yield these 50% boosts. And the third main change we did was that we drilled the team on looping. And looping is just a sales terminology for basically when you encounter an objection, handling the objection, and then asking again. handle the objection, ask again, right? Because a lot of salespeople are afraid to ask if someone says no, and they don't want to ask again, right? And I can tell you this, is that the number of sales you make is direct proportional to how many times you ask. There's ways to do it wrong, and there's ways to do it right. The idea is that you should be able to resolve the concern, right? So if someone says, I need to think about it, and you say, well, what are your main concerns? And they say, well, it seems really complicated. And you say, oh, what part specifically feels more complicated? And they're like, it's the whole tech thing. And we're like, oh, we also have a vendor that can actually fill that in. I think it's a couple bucks extra, but like we can just handle that for you. Does that solve the problem? And they're like, oh, okay. So you guys just handed that one part of it. Like, yeah, we're handing that for you. Cool. Now this is where the salesman says, great, do you want to move forward? Do you have your ID on you? Hey, what card do you want? Like, you can just make the ask right after that. And so then at that point you might say, ready to move forward then? And they would say, this feels like a fast decision. It's like, oh, well, what makes it fast? How long have you been thinking about this? And they're like, well, I mean, I've just met you. And you say, well, how long have you wanted to solve this problem? And then they would say, well, I mean, a long time. It's like, well, then it doesn't sound like a fast decision at all. If it sounds like you've already made the decision a long time ago that you wanted to change, now we're just acting on it. So now do you want to move forward, right? Keep looping and continuing to resolve the concern, ask again, resolve the concern, ask again. Drum roll, please. What happened in the real world? So let's go to the data. All right, so in our first column, we had 49% show rates. After we implemented SalesFix 2, fixing the ad targeting. SalesFix 4, promoted one lead setter to lead nurture specialist. And SalesFix 3, reduced the team size and reset expectations. Survey says we had a 70% boost, which is almost exactly the KPI, and that's because when you do things that work, they work. So that was a 40% improvement in sales. And to be clear, this was just over 2 months. All right, so some of these changes can happen real quick if you know what you're doing. The second change we had is our offer rate. And so here's what happened. Survey says 80%. We actually offered just about the same amount of people. Realistically, what they were doing is offering people who weren't qualified because the sales team wanted to eat. And I get that. Like, there's a human component here. They were offering people who were not qualified the deal because they needed commissions, right? Which is what we were trying to fix with the targeting. Close rates. We went from 27%, and 60 days later, we were at 41%. So 1% above our benchmark. All right, this is a 50% improvement in sales. So 40 and 50. Kazam. Next up, we have percentage of cash collected, a really good metric for knowing how strong the sales team is. And this is especially important for that early discovery portion and how good they are at looping and closing. Because the deeper you get the discovery, the more convicted the buyer will be about the solution, and the more likely they are to pay up front as a measure of their conviction in the solution. The survey says we went from 47 to 82%. So we almost doubled the amount of cash that we were collecting up front per sale in 60 days. We had a 40% improvement and we had a 50% improvement. And we had a almost doubling of cash collected. So if we almost doubled the amount of sales that happened and we almost doubled the cash up front collected, what do we do to the cash flow of the business? 4x. Much more enticing. After we added all these 4 changes together and we waited 60 days, what happened? Survey says we went from 56 to 93 sales a month. And that was just from a few of these fixes on one particular part of the organization. I taught 116 sales professionals my closing framework, and after implementing it, they increased how much they closed. Enjoy. Alex Becker, who's the founder of that, clued me in recently to something. He's like, dude, your ROAS is insane, because he can see everyone's revenue and their ad spend. And I was like, oh, what do you mean? He's like, you have the highest return on ad spend of everyone in the entire platform by like a mile. And I didn't really ever think about it, but our lifetime return on advertising is 36 to 1. So to do over, 100 and now, 5 or 10 million, whatever we're at now, we've spent just under $3 million in advertising. And so there's a lot of other pieces to, making more, but just for everyone on this call, we're talking specifically about sales, correct?
Yeah. So Alex.
Yeah.
99% of these guys are closers, and they're getting closing positions. A couple of people are starting like a closer agency where they partner with a guy like you, and they're like, hey, let's do like a little JV deal. I slam their deals.
Okay, sweet. Well then, why don't I? So what I'm going to do is, because I do have a presentation, which is just how I think about sales. And I have the third part of the presentation about scaling sales teams. Does anyone here have multiple closers who work for them? Or is most people just closing on your own right now?
You guys got to talk with Alex. You don't bite.
I can't see the chat. I can't see the chat either.
We're working towards that, Alex.
Okay. So how about this? I'll give you the things that... So Russell, when I first met him, was like, dude, how did you learn how to sell so well? And it was because I looked at my CRM and I'd done 4,000 sales one-on-one in fitness. And so that's a lot of reps. You know, I was taking 20 consults a day for like 4 years. And so that's in person, face to face. My team would double or triple book me every 30 minutes. And I just sold the same thing over and over again. And because I was really good at sales, I ended up not hiring a ton of salespeople. And I would actually have my managers set appointments for me all at one location. So I had 6 gyms. And so I would go there, they'd stack up an entire day. I'd mow down a whole day, go to a different gym, and they'd been stacking all the appointments, and I'd mow down. And so usually I'd do 20 to 25 consults a day. And you just get these reps in of reading people, gauging tonality, and seeing where you need to lean in and where you need to lean back. And so, over time, I then started training salespeople and sales managers. I had a remote sales team. We'd fly out and do turnarounds, like in person. So I had 8 guys. We'd fly out to 8 facilities every month, and we'd turn these facilities around, because I know, Mike, you were in the fitness world before this.
That's right.
And then I brought that sales team in-house, and they started doing phone sales for high ticket. So I've had in-person, phone, high ticket, low ticket. We've kind of done a lot of those things. I trained mortgage leads teams. So kind of the whole gambit. And there's definitely some things that I've seen. You know, I've bought every sales product on the market. I bought Grant stuff, bought Balfour stuff. And I think there's a lot of merit and there's a lot of good stuff out there. But in my experience, simplicity is what scales. And so I'll give you, if you're okay with it, I'll give you the few things that I have implemented consistently within my companies that have generated outsized returns. Is that cool? All right.
That's awesome.
So what I'm going to do, let's rock and roll.
Let's get this.
All right. The full jam. So as I said, simplicity, right? I'm the world's best graphic designer, as you can see here. So I'm trying to show the real keys of the kingdom. So is everybody here selling expensive stuff? Is that most people on this call?
Yes. Everything's high ticket, Alex.
Fantastic. All right. Can everyone still see me? And the screen?
Yep.
All right, rock and roll. All right, so I'm guessing this isn't your first rodeo, not your first presentation with a sexy headline or a big promise. And so if you have failed for you guys to grow your thing in the past, I promise you it's not your fault. Lots of information, very confusing. And you can sometimes be inundated with lots of different salespeople's information. You've got Mike here, who's a gem and knows his shit, and you guys are lucky to have him. But hopefully in this presentation, I will put some of those fears to rest of like, what if I never make it? What if I never turn this corner and become the salesperson I want? What if I never hit the 100 grand a year? What if I never hit the 100 grand a month? Or what if I don't hit the $1 million a month goal that I have? And then what does that mean about me, right? If you've ever thought those things, like I can tell you, I did too. Right after the instance that I had Mike with that individual, and that individual drained my entire bank account and then sent it to their girlfriend in Sweden and then filed bankruptcy. After that happened, I had $1,200 because I had sold all my gyms and put my money into that account. So I started at 0, which I'm very grateful for because it gave me the experience that I have now. And so what I'm going to show you is that you can have a simple sales process that can yield outsized returns. A lot of people like to make this fancy because it makes it easier to sell stuff to people about selling. But these are the things that I have seen that have unlocked the growth for us, because I don't think I'm the best marketer out there. I think we've simply attached a phone to a funnel, and we've been very efficient at it. And so as a result of that, I've always been able to make more per customer than anyone else because of how efficient we are at the conversion process. All right, and so that's what we're here for. So I want to show you exactly step-by-step our process for selling. All right, and so there should be 2 types of people here. Some of you guys who are under $100,000 a month, and I'll show you how to never compete on price again. All right, and if you guys are over $100,000 a month, I'll show you exactly what we did to scale a team to get to $1 million a month and beyond. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Because if you're under 100, it's just you, right? If you're over 100, you need people. All right, so it's going to kind of be like the actual selling itself and then the scaling of the sales. All right, so that's kind of the goal for the 60 minutes. I'll probably be able to get it done in 40-ish. I'll talk fast so we can have some time. All right, everyone can just listen fast. Is that all right? All right, I'm going to go. Yeah.
Got it.
So I've been really fortunate. Now we're at 105 or 110 or whatever it is in selling stuff, which has been cool. What's been cooler is we've been able to donate to causes. You guys don't know my story, but I had a gym teacher after school who stayed with me. He didn't have to. He didn't know me from anybody. And he worked out with me for an entire year and taught me how to work out because I was like a really insecure kid. And as a result of that, I got into fitness. And so I feel like it's all of our opportunity because a lot of you guys are on here like, we're already in the top 1% in the world. You know what I mean? Like, we're bitching about not making $100 grand a month. Like, fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, really. And so it's been a great privilege to be able to give back. We've donated 1.4 million just in the last 3 years. Actually, 1.7 now. I have to update that. But anyways, just the causes that we care about. And so for us, it's kids being able to have the opportunity that we had. All right, and if you guys are in the fitness industry, Arnold was my hero. Is the reason I quit my job, and I've been able to grow a friendship with him, which has been awesome. And we've had over 1,000 clients hit $100,000 a year using the sales framework I'm going to show you. All right, so if you can imagine that these people are not maybe as good as you are, you can imagine that somebody in that 1,000 is probably not as naturally talented, right? So the process works, okay? And we've got a lot of people over 7 figures now. But it wasn't that way, right? So this is me when I started my first gym. I slept on the floor. I had $5,000 total. My rent was $5,000. And so I had 1 month that I had to learn how to make money. And I built a funnel because I learned this from the internet. And I sent this picture to my dad because I was so excited. I was so proud of this picture because I sold that many people in the first 2 weeks for free. And things started to grow, right? That was one of my gyms. I had 9 employees. I felt like a badass. My dad finally told me he thought I, wasn't a schmuck for, being an idiot and getting into fitness. So I felt like I was figuring things out. And then all of a sudden, Facebook slap happened. This is years ago. There's been many slaps. Facebook just kind of has its bitch hand proverbially swinging back and forth. But, we got slapped, and overnight my lead costs went up 5x, right? And so my money making rain turned into a desert. And the thing was, my marketing was losing money every day. And all I could think about was letting my dad down, and more realistically, having my dad be right. I'm gonna. All right, cool. And so the question I asked myself was how can I afford to get more leads, right? And so I called my friends up, and he was a brick and mortar gym owner, and he told me that things were going great for him. And I was like, what the hell, dude? What are you doing? And he was like, dude, we just attached a phone to the funnel. And I was like, no shit. He's like, we're selling expensive stuff on the front end now instead of selling trials. And I was like, well, that's cool. I'll do that. And so we went from losing 2 to 1 to making 10 to 1 return on the front end, right? And what that meant for my business is I went from being able to break even at $10 a lead to being able to spend up $100 a lead and still make money, which is crazy, right? And so then things started to grow again for me. And then we, opened location after location, and things grew. And I met this guy, and I joined his mastermind. I told him I wanted to create a nationwide gym chain. And he said, you should teach other people how you do what you do and not grow that chain. And I was like, well, you make more money than me, so okay, I'll listen. And so then I started doing our marketing system. Mike, this is, by the way, at that guy's gym. I did 191 signups in 19 days, and that was the stack of contracts. Some of you guys may have seen this. It was like the most run ad for like a year and a half. But we did, $100,000 in 19 days in sales, like in the get out, right? So these are the 3 frameworks. Sorry, I sped through that because we had already covered a little bit of my story early, so I wanted to get through it. And these are the 3 frameworks that I kind of discovered to scale high ticket. All right, and it'll take if you're partnering with someone, then it'll help take their losing funnels and turn them into cash machines. And I mean that genuinely. All right, so the 3 frameworks that I do is, one is the closer framework. All right, these are the questions that get prospects to say yes. All right, so adding this to any funnel process is going to instantly make it more profitable. All right, and I'm going to walk through the questions that we ask, and specifically only 3 things that you can say on a sales call. Period. It's the number 1 mistake that all the sales guys, that even my guys, make, and I have to remind them of. All right. The second thing is the conviction framework. So anyone who believes can outperform a seasoned sales rep by simply learning to control their tone. All right. So some of you guys right now, can I get a hand? I'm going to unshare my screen real quick. Can I get hands on the screen of who here is newer to this? Newer to high ticket sales. Okay, great. Perfect. Then this is for you. I'm going to show you how you can beat the best sales reps. All right. And this is how I never, ever hire seasoned closers. Just FYI. No, it's not like we're going to train training salespeople, so I don't. But I'm going to show you how you can beat seasoned pros. All right. Which, if I can find my presentation, there we go. By learning to control your tone. And the last one is scaling. So for all of you guys who are over $100,000 a month and need to scale a team, I'm going to show you how to duplicate the skill in other people. All right, because it's one level of the skill is learning to sell. Another level of the skill is teaching to sell. And it's a more valuable skill. So if you can duplicate your skill in someone else, that is how you can make 10 times, 100 times more money, because you're no longer constrained by your time. All right, so let's rock and roll. Closer framework. So after pouring over like hundreds of scripts, hundreds of scripts, I realized that there was always like these minor differences in wording, but if I hit these kind of main milestones along the way, I ended up closing the sale, right?
And the nice thing is that this process works for B2C and B2B. So I don't know what stuff you're selling, but it works for both. And it works for $500 tickets as much as $100,000 tickets. The process is the same. All right. And the way I teach my sales teams and now thousands of clients is this acronym. Right. And like even when I'm thinking through sales calls, we're like closer, C, right? L. So the C is clarify why the person is on the phone with you. All right. That's the objective. Why are you here? Why'd you take the time to take the call? What's the problem? Right? What are we trying to solve here? After that, they were like, got it. So what I'm hearing is, you're struggling with this. Does that sound about right? I'm going to label you with a problem. After that, we overview their past pain. So it's like, okay, so you have this problem. I can't be the first person you've talked to about this. Tell me a little bit about what you've done so far to try and get past this. Right? Tell me more about that. How'd that work out for you? Okay, understood. After that, it's like, okay, so I'm hearing all these things. This is why you're here. This is what you're trying to get. This is what you've tried and hasn't worked. Okay, what can I tell you about how I think we might be able to help solve your problem? This is where we sell the vacation, right? And then finally, or step before finally, we explain away their concerns. So this is where we tell them about the program, and then we're like, do you want to do it? They say yes or no. If they say no, then we explain away their concerns so they say yes. And then once they say yes, we reinforce the decision. And this last R here is a point that I added years later because we realized that the sale just continues throughout the entire customer relationship, right? And so for you guys, if you're dealing with clients who you're selling for, you have to also sell them on continuously selling, right? You might have closed the card or closed the first payment, but their onboarding experience, they got to close them again. And then after that, when they have their first week check-in call, they got to get closed again because we have to consistently sell them on why they should do anything. Why should they not just watch Netflix? Why should they take action? Why should they have the discomfort of getting, smacked on the phone by a stranger? Right? Why should they feel the sting of failure? We have to tell them consistently to help them overcome their pains, right? And so I'll show you some of these more closely. So clarifying why they're there, right? It's like, what made you come in today? What made you reach out? What's your goal right now? Why is that important to you, right? Okay, helping me understand what are we doing here, right? This is one where someone in the beginning, like, you have to hit this because if someone says like, I just wanted to find out more information, you're like, cool, but why? Like, what did you want the information to solve? What was I'm sure you don't just go around collecting information all day, right? Like, there's something you're trying to get out of this. What's the problem? And then you get what you need. You're like, got it. Okay. So just so I'm hearing you right, it sounds like this is your goal, correct? Then they acknowledge they have a problem. This is important because they have to say it. They have to own it. I can't cure cancer until you admit that you have it, right? We got to give it to you before we can cure it. After that, we overview the past, right? So it's like, what have you tried so far to accomplish this? How long did you do it for? How long ago? How did that work for you? What else have you tried? We call this the pain cycle, right? We consistently do this over and over again until we've exhausted all options, right? At that point, we have tons of ammo that we can use later in the close, which I'm sure you're aware of, right? And the big piece here is we explain how it's not their fault because if they had this missing piece or two of the equation, they were halfway there. They were 3/4 of the way there. They were just missing this one piece, which we're going to provide for them. Right? And the nice thing is for most of you, hopefully you're selling a holistic solution, right? So for example, I'm going to use a fitness example because Mike's from that background too. If someone came in and said they tried workouts in the past, I'm going to be like, I'm not telling you that you don't need to work out. It's great, but you also need the nutrition and the accountability, right? You need nutrition to make sure they stop eating shit because if you just start working out and eating donuts, it's not going to work, right? Of course. Now, if I make you the best plan in the world but you don't follow, it's not going to work either. That's why you need the accountability, and that's what I'm here for. And so from that point, that's kind of how you can naturally transition. So it's like, I'm hearing these things, this is what you were missing. Well, do you want to hear how the program works? Because I think we might be able to solve that for you. They'll say yes. All right, so what we've seen is that there's 3 things that make clients successful, right? And at this point, this is my belief, is that 3 things have been, unequivocal in most pitches, is that I think it's human brain is that you can't take more than 3. But typically, it's like 3 pillars to the stool, or 3, fit, nutrition, accountability. If I was selling leads, I'd want them to be, timely, qualified, and, exclusive, right? So there'll be 3 elements to make what makes a good lead, right? There's always 3 that you can usually find when you're selling a solution. And every time, if you're on the phone with the prospect, you always have the upper hand because they have admitted at the beginning of this phone call that they have a problem. They have not solved it. And so inherently, they're going to be missing one of the keys. They cannot have them all or they would not be on the phone. So you are in an unlosable situation unless you choose to lose it, right? Unless you choose to lose the frame. And so in this instance, it has been my experience that we use stories, short anecdotal stories, to break the belief of the prospect around a topic. What's important here is that we don't get into jargon, right? We don't get into technobabble and talking about the program and the modules and the things they're going to do, because all of that sounds like work. And that's not what they're there for. They're there for a result, right? And so instead, I would say something like, with the fitness, nutrition, accountability, like I said earlier. So if I was trying to explain accountability, I'd be like, listen, you don't have accountability. When you were a kid, you ever like have your parents tell you to brush your teeth? They were like, yeah. I'm like, you know how you're like, I don't want to. And they would tell you, oh, no, you got to go brush your teeth. And you go and you brush your teeth and you sulk back to bed. And the next night you do the same thing. They'd say, brush your teeth. You go brush your teeth, go back to bed. But you're an adult now, right? You brush your teeth? They're like, yeah. And that's because you had external accountability that turned into an internal habit, right? And that's what we're going to do for you here, right? So I didn't tell them about fucking the coaching call that they're going to have and the post that they're going to have and the blah, blah, blah. What we told them is the result of that, and we gave them an anecdotal story that made sense to them. That's probably a really key point I just want to drive home here, is that when you have your pitch part, it shouldn't be longer than 3 minutes, like tops, because no one really gives a shit. And at the end of the day, the reason they're going to buy is going to be because of how understood they feel. So how much, when you went through that overview of the pain, you were able to restate back to them accurately exactly how they felt and the struggles they are experiencing, which is why you need to shut the fuck up when they're talking, right? And so there's only 3 things that are ever said on a sales call. Do you guys know what they are? There's only 3 things that ever come out of your mouth. Questions, restatements, and anecdotal stories, which is the story that I just referenced. The 3 stories that you will use to break a belief. That's it. So that's how you sell them the vacations. You have these little sound bites, right? I'll give you another example. So if I was doing food, right? I'm like, listen, 3 parts of the program, fitness, nutrition, accountability. So nutrition-wise, you've got to eat stuff that's going to make you lose weight. Can we agree on that? Yes. Okay, cool. But the problem is you don't want to do that, right? That's why we're here, right? Right. Okay, so let me ask you a question. When do you feel like, what's your favorite TV show? They're going to be like, whatever, Game of Thrones. You're like, okay, Game of Thrones. Do you feel like you need to get like motivated to watch Game of Thrones? You're like, man, I was trying to watch it tonight, but I just couldn't, I got really busy and I just couldn't sit down on the couch and turn the TV on. I couldn't do it, right? Of course not. Because you looked forward to it, because you wanted to do it. And the key that we're going to do here is we're going to get you to look forward to the foods that you're eating. Because if you look forward to it, you don't need to be motivated, because you do it on your own because you like it. Does that make sense? Great. So what I didn't talk about the macros and the carb cycling and the intermittent fasting and the calorie counting and the blah, 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 because at the end of the day, that does not matter. What they want is for them to solve the problem and have it be pain-free, right? And that's what we're explaining to them. So that's selling the vacation, right? And this is a saying that I've used for a long time, which is sell the vacation, not the plane ride, right? And so this is what everyone else talks about. They're like, sir, for us to get you these results, you're going to have to take your pants off. You're going to have to jump through this loop. You're going to have to go through the TSA, the airport lines, pack your suitcases, take your shoes off, do the layovers, connect your flights, have a person farting next to you. Don't worry, they don't have COVID. You'll have turbulence probably on the plane. Then as soon as you're out, you think you're done. You still have to wait at baggage claim. They probably lost your bag, right? And in our world, it's your modules, your meal plan, your macros, your workouts, your support team, your URLs, your domains, your funnels, your targeting, your ads, and the other shit that doesn't matter, right? But instead, what they want is you sell Maui, final destination. And you always sell the same thing, because the difference is only the level of service and how they want to get there, right? If you have multiple levels of service. So do they want to swim to Maui, to where they're trying to go? There's sharks, and you can drown or get robbed, right? Like this chick. Crazy. Do they want to take a boat to Maui? It'll take a little longer. There's no shark attacks, but there's still no Wi-Fi, and you're kind of in the sun. Do you want to take a normal flight to Maui? Get there a little faster. Still smells bad, has security, bad food, but you're going to get there. Or do you want to take a private jet to Maui, right? Direct, nonstop, champagne on the plane, suitcases packed when you arrive, right? And so that's the selling piece. E is explaining away their concerns. And so these are the questions that sound like, I'm sure Mike has already taught you a lot of the obstacle overcome concepts, right? So fundamentally, there's 3 big ones, right? Price, and rather than teach you like the drilling of the obstacles, I told you there's 2 things you need to memorize. One of them are the stories. The second are the obstacle overcomes, right? Because those are the things that you're in the red zone. Like, that's not where you start thinking about what you're going to say, all right? So the 2 things that you need to memorize as a salesperson are the stories about what you sell and the obstacles that you're going to encounter when you're in the red zone. The questions on the front end, you need to know the milestones you need to hit in order to move forward. And this is one of the big mistakes I'm sure Mike talks about a lot, which is you need to sit in the pain. If someone does not clarify why they need a solution, you do not ask for the sale. If we just say, hey, what brought you here today? I just want to find out more information. Okay, cool. So, let me tell you about the program. Like, we didn't get the fucking, we don't know why they're there. We don't know what their goals are. Like, one of the things that drives me nuts about my team sometimes is I'm like, dude, we're 8 minutes in the conversation. I was like, I don't know how many clients they have. I don't know what their revenue is. I don't know what their profit is. I don't know what their biggest pain and struggle is right now. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, you just told them. They're like, oh, Jim Launch is a $100 million company. I'm like, they don't give a shit. But they do. My sales guys, because they get their egos puffed up, right? But it has nothing to do with the prospect. They do not care, right? They only care about them. So, right?
Yeah.
That's the issue, right? Everyone talks way too much about the product. And so when you're training salespeople, you don't train them on the product. You train them on the prospect. The product doesn't matter. I mean, it matters obviously from how you're going to make money because you have to do a good job, because I'm going to get that in the second point. But in terms of when you are selling and training someone, if you guys know someone or know a specific niche really well, then you will know their pains. And if you have a new salesperson, you hear them say shit and you're like, that's not what he thinks. What is he doing? He might know the product perfectly, but he just said that the guy's problem was not the problem. And so then it doesn't matter what the product is because he doesn't feel like it's for him, even though it's totally for him. But you just misarticulated the problem. That's where the clarity has to happen. If you nail that, the rest of the pitch is easy. All right? And so the key here is relying on past agreements that have already been made. So this person with their partner, with their spouse, with their whatever, that person knows that there's a problem. And they also don't approve of that problem. And so why would they be in any way against remedying a problem that they already don't approve of? Right? And then finally, we always tack on, sometimes it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission, right? Ha ha ha. Depends on the ticket sale, right? But you can get those in, right? And then obviously, last case here is you just do a delayed close and say, let's get your card down. We can put a down payment. We can pay the rest on Friday. And if between now and then, your partner comes back and says, no, man, I want to be poor. I want to keep struggling. And I want to never make money and continue to do this for the rest of our lives, then I'll absolutely tear up the contract. Don't worry about it, right? Finally, you've got stalls, right? I need to think about it. So these are, because people are afraid of making mistakes, right? People are afraid of making mistakes. And because of that, they don't like making decisions because it's easier to let life make the decision for you. And so they like doing it that way because then they feel like it's not their fault, right? And so, a great obstacle over for this is, what's your main concern? Which is usually my number one thing I go to when someone's like, I need to think about it. It's like, totally, what's your main concern, right? Let's think about it together, right? And so fundamentally, these are the things that they need to know. Do you feel like what we're doing can meet your needs and solve the problem? Yes or no? Yes. Do you want to work with us as a company? Do you like our values? Do you like what we stand for? Do you believe what we believe about the world? Yes. Do you have access to funds or know someone who does? Yes. Well, then let's rock and roll, because those are the only things we know to make the decision, right? Do you like the product? Do you like us? And do you have the money to do it? That's it. Simple as that. All right. And so when we walk through those, if you encounter these situations, obviously there's, if you're going to do it now sooner or later, you might as well, there's plenty of things to say, but I think it's more important to understand the theory behind why someone has this objection, right? They have an objection around price because they don't see the value because you didn't articulate it. They have an objection around decision maker, usually because you fucked something up earlier in the sale, but at this point you're in the red zone, so you got to deal with it. So you rely on past agreements. If they come with a stall, then you help them confront a decision and make a logical choice, and teach them how to make a decision that in that moment was like, what are you most afraid of happening? I'm afraid of you're afraid of me taking the money, right? Just taking your money and you getting nothing, right? Again. Well, let me tell you how that's not going to happen, right? You can bring their concerns. All right. And then finally they say yes. And you're like, awesome. And this is where, if you're selling for someone else, get them to send a personalized video like, hey, Johnny, saw you just signed up with us today. Super pumped to have you. You're going to be meeting with Heather tomorrow. She's going to get you kicked off. You should in the mail get a special gift, so keep a lookout for that. And then, send a handwritten card. If someone just bought a really expensive thing, people are making their decision about whether they believe in you as a company within the first 48 hours after the sale. They make a decision of whether or not they're going to be with you in the long term and how they are treated in the first 48 hours after they give you money. So it's critical, and it's usually in that point that people fuck up and just ignore them. Framework 2, And, Mike, I can stop. I'll just do framework 2, and then we can do the Q&A, because if I don't have time to scale the sales teams, I can hit on the points later. So this is a big one for everyone who's newer to sales, all right? If you believe you can outperform a seasoned sales rep by learning to control your tone, all right? And so I reworked all of our scripts into the closer framework, and the thing is immediately some people were crushing it, right? While others were still not selling shit. And I was like, what the fuck, right? And so I talked to my friends, and they were like, dude, you should read this book by Jordan Belfort. And the biggest thing that I got from the book was just, he was very specific about tonality. And that was a big shift for me in just learning to teach how to ask the question, not just asking the question, right? And so in the book, he talks about having the same issue that I had with scaling sales. It's like I give the script to 2 guys, some guy crushes, some guy doesn't. I'm like, what the fuck, right? And the thing is there's the hidden dialogue that the sales team does not know that they are talking in, right? And so the words are not going to be enough, all right? They're just literally 10%. So the words that you have, it might be the most tested script in the world, it's still only 10%. 90% is how you say the words, right? Because how you say what you say is tonality. Like right now, I could give everyone here's, Jerry Seinfeld's stand-up script. You could read it. It wouldn't be funny, right? Because it's not just that you had the script, it's how you deliver it, right? And that takes time to develop, right? And that's kind of unconscious mastery. And so there's 2 ways to do this, all right, that I have found. You can either trick yourself into it, or you can train yourself to do it, all right? And since we don't have enough time to train on the influence of tonalities, here's the trick that I teach, all right? Conviction will correct your tone. Conviction made real. So let me tell you this story. So I was brought in to do a day of consulting for this mortgage leads company to train their sales team. And the first half of the day, I reworked the whole script. I put the closer framework, made it a question-based sale. And then I came in, and they were expecting me to rain, fire and brimstone on these guys. And so I sat down, and I was like, who's the guy having the most trouble? It was this guy, John. So I was like, John. And they were selling the leads. I was like, John, I'll go to the leads. He was like, well, and I was like, we're good, thanks. And I was like, let me show you how you would answer it if you actually believed that the leads were good. I was like, you'd say dude, these leads are fucking unbelievable. Right now, I'm studying for my real estate exam so I can get in on these leads. My aunt is a realtor, and she has more business than she can handle, and I'm sending her traffic. I'm trying to get my brother to do it with me. I'm not sure how long I'm going to work here because these leads are killing it for us, right? If you believe in the product, you don't need to have all the sales skills. You'll do it the right way because you'll actually want to help the person. So that's why the most important part of the sale is the product. Because unless you're a malicious person, like most people here, does everyone here have some level of ethics on some level? Like no one here just wants to take someone's last dollar? Right. So then the only way to sell hard, because if you're going to close, you got to sell hard. The only way to sell hard is to believe through and through, balls to bones, when you look at yourself in the mirror at night. And this is what I talked about when Mike said at the very beginning, what happens when people start hating on you. The only way that I've been able to stay where we're at in the gym industry, Mike knows the amount of hate that I get, right? The only way we've been able to do that is that I read the testimonials, the 1,000 of them that I have, of gyms who have gone to 6 figures, of the 100 gyms we've taken to 7 figures, right? I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that our product works. I also know that if you sign up for a gym, not everyone loses weight. And I'm willing to deal with that. I'm willing to give everyone the opportunity to change their life. So here's the tactics around this. Reread testimonials out loud daily in front of your sales team, all right? And if the business that you're working for doesn't have testimonials, find another business, all right? I'm serious. You're not going to be able to close. Unless you're, unless you're unethical, you're not going to be able to close. So go find something that is a good product because there's plenty of them out there, all right? Find a good product that you believe in. You see tons of testimonials, and then read those every day in front of the team, all right? Second, well, this is for the business owners, but fix everything you possibly can about the product, all right? And never blame a customer for lack of success. So as much as there are people who have not been successful who've used Gym Launch, I still take the fact that they were not successful and I think, what could I have done that would have made the next person like them successful? And you plug the hole. Right? If you do that over and over and over and over again, you know truly at the end of the day, when you look at yourself in the mirror, when no one else is watching, whether or not you truly put the effort forward that merits the price that you are charging. Right? And only you can know that. And the thing is, it's the reason salespeople get beat up is because they don't put the work in, and then it grates on their soul. And then eventually they burn out. They burn out not because they can't handle no, but because they can't handle how they feel about themselves. Right? And so you have to put the work in to have the conviction, because that's what's going to get you through it. If you've ever met someone who's a born-again Christian, all right, they are convicted. They do not care how many people tell them to shove it, because they are trying to save people's souls. It's real. Like, if you let that hit you, it's real. You know what I mean? And if you can be a disciple of whatever the product that you have, an evangelist in the truest terms, then all the scripting stuff, it won't matter. Why are some of the best salespeople clients who had success? Because they believe in it. That's it. And the most convicted person will always win the fight, right? They'll always lead the dance because they have conviction in their skepticism. You have conviction in your product, and one of you is going to win out. Right? And the question is, whose belief is stronger? Because belief isn't binary. It's not do I believe or do I not believe. It's how much do I believe? To what extent do I believe? Would I bet $1,000 on this product? Would I bet $10,000 on this product? Would I sell my mother this product? Think about it. If you would sell your mother this product, how convicted are you? Probably very. And you will have no problem closing deals. And notice that I have a lower tone right now so that you listen to the words that I'm saying so that you think that they're important. In terms of the training schedule, 60 minutes a day, 5 days a week. My guys do world-class sales training. They text me in the morning before they wake up. They text me once they're done. They do the first 25 minutes. They read the script out loud. 5 minutes, they drill obstacles. I need to think about it. I need to talk to my partner. This is expensive. And then they talk. They drill the second half, right? As a closer, you got to talk, you got to listen, you got to train both skills, right? The talking's the tone and saying the words the right way in the right sequence without having to think about it. The listening is going over a recording and figuring out what went right, what went wrong, and what we're going to do next time. And saying it, drilling it as a team, marking it, and moving to the next one. That's the short answer.
We 10x'd the recurring revenue in one of my portfolio companies by using what we call the diagnostic sale. There are 7 steps that you can use to follow the script and apply it to your business. Enjoy. I crossed $100 million in net worth by age 32. I sold my first big company for $46.2 million. And the reason we were able to do that is because we know how to grow companies. And so now I buy companies at a lower price, I grow them, and then we sell them. And so I want to talk to you about one of the companies we just bought. We bought them a year and a half ago, I think, or a year ago. They had 14 locations, so it was a chain, brick and mortar. And since then, we've gone from 14 to 32 locations. And the reason we're able to do that is because we focus on the sales process. And through a process that I want to walk you through, something that I call the diagnostic sale, we're able to 10x the recurring revenue of the business across all the locations. So before we get into the nitty-gritty of the story, let me just walk you through the steps in the diagnostic process. First is we like to have some sort of pre-sale questionnaire, which the purpose of that is to get more information that arms the salesperson so they know who they're talking to, what their pains are. But from the sales perspective, for them, they also increase their awareness of the problem. Second is we get their information in their credit card, which is key, and I'll explain why later. Third is we want to understand what their current situation is. Where are you at today? Then we have your desired state. So what would you like to be at? And then what's the obstacle? Why aren't you there? And then finally, once we have these big 3, we present the desired state and our vehicle to overcome the obstacle, and we tie our price to the way that we're going to get them there. And then finally, we give them an incentive to prepay. So here's the 5 steps that we followed to actually get this done. So number 1 is that we secret shopped the business. So we actually looked into it. We went there, by the way, you should secret shop your own business. Highly recommend doing it. You'll be horrified by what you hear your sales guy say. You're like, I thought we had a script. What are you even doing? Number 2 is from there. This is basically information gathering. We figure out what the constraint is. Okay, where do we think there's big opportunities in the business? Now, you should think about yourself as your own business consultant. If you could buy your business today and look at your business, what would be the no-duh thing that you would do? Now, for this particular business, we thought that they had an offer constraint, which really came down to packaging. We had offer/packaging, because fundamentally, we're not going to change the core of the business. We're not going to all of a sudden start selling soap when you sell HVAC. Like, that's not going to happen, right? So the core of the business can remain unchanged. It's how we're going to package the services we deliver or that the services we sell to a customer, how we're going to get them to perceive what we're selling. We gathered the data. We figured out the constraint was that they should get way more rebookings, which I thought was an offer and packaging issue, which is we need to sell the solution, sell the goal. And so number 4 is, okay, if we assume that we're going to make this new transition to this new offer, new packaging, we have to anticipate. So we call it killing zombies, which is one way of putting it. You anticipate the obstacles or objections that people are going to throw at you. ahead of time. Write this in neon marker above your sales team, which is it's way harder to get someone to buy after you presented the price. Because now they're like, he's trying to sell me. So we have to counter that. Before we become salespeople in their minds, we are a trusted expert, ideally, if we're positioned well, and you should be that way if you know what you're talking about. And I like to use the frame of childlike curiosity. I always tilt my head. I probably even did it subconsciously just now. You tilt your head when you ask the question because it's non-threatening. You're like, that's weird. What changed between then and now? Just so I understand. Then they can tell you, rather than be like, you said that your husband says he supports you. You can't say that. Now you have to buy. Doesn't work that way. If you win the argument in a sale, you lose the sale. The only way that you win the sale is being willing to lose being right. And so the fifth step, and this is the ongoing step, is that you implement the diagnostic sales process. So it's implementation. So now that I just outlined the 5 steps, let me deep dive into the implementation of the actual business and how we did this. With this particular business, when we bought them, I spent 4 hours with our director of sales, and we outlined the new sales process we wanted to implement. And as soon as we implemented that sales process, we 4x'd LTV per customer, meaning how much people paid us. It went from 200 to 800. So really big jump. And the crazy thing about this is that we didn't change what we delivered. We only changed how we presented it. And so this is the key of how we create value, how we scale companies, how we grow companies. And many companies keep these things as secrets, as their special sauce. And I just fundamentally believe that the more we put out, the more we get back. So that's why I operate this way. All right, so I will hold nothing back. And this is something that I call the diagnostic sales process. Now, to be very clear, the diagnostic sales process is one of 2 different sales, or maybe 3 different sales processes, big picture, that you can have in a business. One is a transactional sale, all the way on this extreme. So on one side, you've got transactional sales. And on this side, you've got enterprise sales, which is like relational sales. Like if you think about you're selling some big Fortune 500 company, you have to get stakeholders involved, get budget approval, there's all that stuff. And on the transactional side, you've got like high velocity sales. We're talking 20, 30 minute sales. A guy who stands in front of the car wash sells car wash. Somebody sells gym memberships, transactional. And then you've kind of got like this middle where you might sell something that's a little bit higher ticket, but it's a little bit more custom, right? Now, what we did was I took their sale from here, a purely transactional sale, and moved it towards custom. Right? Now, in a transactional sale, you typically fit the customer to the product. And so let's say that I sell pens. All right? So I sell pens. If somebody comes in, I'm going to basically spend all my effort listening to what they say they want and then telling them how this pen fits their needs. Or I have to basically say your needs are wrong, let me educate you more, and this actually solves all your problems, right? And so those are pretty much the only 2 approaches you can take in a transactional sale. Now, the advantages of having this type of sale is that it's really fast, they tend to be lower ticket in general, and from an operational perspective in the business, you don't need to personalize anything. And so you get the sales team and the sales process to basically orient everyone like a funnel down to one solution, and then you just make a ton of these solutions, and you get lots of efficiencies because you only have to produce one thing. This, the custom sale, is a easier sale to do, but harder on the operational side. And so the magic happens when you can actually bridge the product component of transactional, which you say, okay, we only sell these types of widgets. This is the only thing we deliver. But I can do it in a way that feels custom, feels personalized. All right, so I'm going to give you 2 examples, and I'll explain this one in a second, this chart that I have here, which if you could take your recurring revenue from that to that, just by changing how you sell, if you want to do that, hang tight, we're going to break down the process. So if I had, because I did this in the gym world too, which is part of why our gyms make more money. So a traditional sale looks something like this. Someone comes in, so this is traditional, and you say, we have a membership that's, whatever, $99 per month, all right? That's your membership. And you say, our membership has this, 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 and this, and you want that, right? Because it's going to help you accomplish all your dreams. Okay. Sometimes you get people, sometimes you don't. But what I do, we do something called a diagnostic. And so the first thing is that when the person walks in the door, we get them to fill out a pre-sale questionnaire. And so that's like an application in a digital process, but in an in-person process, it follows the same logic, which, by the way, Internet businesses follow local businesses. Local businesses can also model internet businesses. When you find out something works in one place, which I think has been one of the big advantages that I've had in business, is I try and put it in a completely different place, and it often works too if you understand the concept. And so we fill out a pre-sale questionnaire. Now, the pre-sale questionnaire simply walks them through all the reasons they walked in today. And it asks them the same question in multiple different ways. So it's like, hey, like, what brought you in today? What's the problem you're dealing with? How long have you been dealing with it? If you had to quantify how much this has cost you financially, what would it be? If it continued for 5 years, how much worse would the situation be? And so the whole point is we're trying to agitate tame. We're trying to bring attention to this problem and elevate its importance. So that's what the pre-sale questionnaire does. Now, the second thing is we get info, and this is very key. So when someone comes in after that, we say, hey, I want to set up your account profile. And so when you do that, you collect their information, and this is the key part, you get their credit card. Now you're like, wait a second, I'm getting a credit card, but I haven't sold anything. Exactly. And you do that so that when you do sell something later, you don't have to ask for it. Now, you get the pre-sale, they're like, wow, I really do need this thing. You say, hey, let me complete your customer profile, just standard procedure, no big deal. All right, then you get their info. Now, if they're like, well, I don't want to give you my credit card, you're just like, it's just how the system works. It's how we complete profiles. And then they'll give it to you. All right, so from there, this is where the special magic that's unique to each individual business happens. So in the weight loss business, I want to understand where their goal at. So we say, what's current? And then 4, what's desired? Where are you now? Where would you like to be? And then this one, you ask them. You say, what's the obstacle? What's in between these two things is the obstacle, right? Current, I've got an obstacle getting in the way of my desired. That's all we're asking in the process. Now, in weight loss, and in most businesses, the thing the person thinks is in the way is often not the real thing in the way. And that's because they've never had this conversation before. They clearly haven't solved the solution, and that's why they're coming to you. And so you want to just get their words more so that you can explain it back to them using the language they gave you. All right? And so in the weight loss world, for example, instead of selling a membership, I would say, okay, well, it sounds like you need these 3 things: fitness, nutrition, accountability. Fitness-wise, you need to work out X days a week. Nutrition-wise, you need to eat this food at this time, and we can help you meal prep the stuff so when you go to restaurants, you can still stick on it. And you need accountability, because if I give you the best fitness plan and the best nutrition plan, but you don't show up, it doesn't matter, right? Accountability is what makes the whole thing work. Great. Fitness, nutrition, accountability, easy 3-step framework, fantastic. Now, this is where it becomes diagnostic. Now, most customers, and this is where the magic happens, is that even if you still deliver the same thing. So fundamentally, when I switch the sales process, the gyms remain the same. They still have workouts, they still have nutrition, they still have accountability. Nothing changed, but how we present it changes. And so rather than saying, hey, I'm going to sell a 4-week thing or a 6-week thing, I say, hey, you're currently 200 pounds, okay? Now, what's your high school weight? She says, I want to get to 140. You say, okay, cool. You want to get to 140. This is your desired. Okay? So you have a 60-pound difference. Now, what we found is that we don't want people to lose more than 1.5 pounds to 2 pounds a week. All right, so let's just be conservative and call it 1.5. So then I take out my calculator and I say, what's 1.5 times 60? Which would be, other way around, it'd be 65 by 1.5, which is 45. Okay? So 45 weeks is how long it's going to take us to take you from 200 to 140. So you lose 1.5 pounds a week. It's going to take 45 weeks. And so 6, present price in relation to goal. So you say, awesome. So we currently charge $99 a week. We can get you there in 45 weeks, which means it's $4,500. And that means that for us, I added a guarantee on the back end, which said, hey, if you show up to the workouts for the next 45 weeks and you log your food and you don't lose the weight, I'll keep working with you for free until you do. So that means, this is the translation, this is the key part in the script. So that means when you pay this $4,500, it means that you can count that weight for good. You can put it out of your mind. Pay me this money, we're going to get there, one way or another. As long as you follow the steps. You're going to follow the steps, right? Great. And so here, you're trying to sell $99 a month. Or whatever, this would be $99 a week if I was doing equivalent pricing, right? So this would be like a semi-private program. But by positioning it this way, I'm not selling a membership anymore. I'm selling exactly what they want and putting a price tag on it. And saying, you want to get to 140, it's going to take this long.
And I'll guarantee that you'll get there, provided you follow these steps. And then they say, wow, that's awesome. And you say, well, if you want, I can save you a little bit of money. You want to save a little bit of money? They're like, yeah, I want to save a little bit of money. Well, if you prepay, you can save 10% today. So I can save you $450. You want to do that? That's what most people do. Great. You want to use the card you have on file? Done. So that's the process. Now, I took this process and applied it to a completely different service business that we own, that's a chain, that this is a little bit more medical. But the concept still applied, which is, and this is the key part, is you have to figure out for whatever it is that you sell, what the current is versus what the desired is. So if I were a painter, all right, and I was painting houses, sounds crazy, right? You say, hey, so you currently have this thing, you want a completely painted house, and so now for them, this is like more us do it for you rather than self-service. Like I'm gonna have to, you're not painting your house and them helping you, so they're actually gonna paint the house. So then we just try and think, how can we sell to goal and break it into a price that we tie to that? And so it'd be like, okay, so we're going to need 4 coats of paint, and it's going to take this period of time. And then at that point, your whole house is going to be weatherproofed. And so that means that when you pay this price, that's what you're going to get by this date. And if we don't get it done by that date, I'm going to give you this. And that way we can relieve their risk that it's not going to happen, and we tie the purchase to the outcome. So this particular business, when I bought into it, it was a business that they had really good lead gen, and they have a good product, but they didn't have good packaging. And I saw the opportunity because I knew that if I installed my sales process into their business, I could make a lot more money. And so if you have the opportunity to 4x a business without opening new locations, you do that. And so that's more or less what we did. So I actually wrote down the new sales process. It took me 4 hours. So I wrote down the new sales process, and then I presented it to the management team, and they were like, wow, this is the most valuable thing we've ever had happen to our business. And I said, great. So let me know when you do it across all the locations, and let's keep buying and opening new ones. And so 18 months later, we have 32 locations, and the recurring revenue in that time period has gone up. And the average revenue per customer went from $200 to $800 from this one process. And that was because before this, they were selling one-off transactions. They were saying, hey, we'll do this service for you. So think of it like Botox, or we're going to do filler, or we're going to do something this one time. And so rather than just say, sure, give us a call when you want it again, which is pretty much what the process was before this, I say, hey, you want to look a certain way. You're not here because you want filler. You're here because you want to look a certain way. So if I show this chart to you of faces and filler densities, where do you see yourself on here currently? Now, you let them self-identify. You can't be like, look, bitch, you're ugly. You can't say that. So you got to say, where are you on this chart? And then they say this. Now, in the weight loss sale, I got them to step on the scale. The scale called you fat, not me. All right? So maybe just point to the third party, not me. So you get them to pick how ugly they are. All right? And then you say, how pretty do you want to be? Now, everyone's going to say, I want to be super pretty. But here's the beautiful thing. When they pick how pretty they want to be, they're the one who set the goal. That means that the price came from them. And you know where I picked this up? It was yogurt stores. So one of the things I thought was genius about Yogurtland and things like that was if you go to a store and then they fill up your stuff behind the counter and then they say, hey, it's $8, you're like, man, what the hell? This place is so expensive. But if they give you the cup and you fill it up and you put it on the scale, you're like, man, I'm a fat ass. Same pricing. But because I had control over what I picked, I'm the one who's responsible for the decision. And so by saying, where are you on this chart? And again, this is where the magic happens. I say current desired. That's where the thinking behind how I'm going to structure a sale is where that's where the experience, that's where the expertise, that's where it comes in. This is the process. And hopefully you guys can take this for your business and think okay, what's current? What do they really want? They're not buying lip filler. They're not buying a painted house. They're buying an image in their mind of what they want that house to signify or what it means to them. And this lady's not buying filler. She's trying to buy a certain look. She wants people to think about her a certain way. When she walks in the room, she wants guys to turn their heads still because she's probably getting a little older. They're not turning their heads as much, and she still misses that. And she'd pay anything to get that. So say, you're ugly now. How pretty do you want to be? We say, cool. So for us to get you from here to here, It's going to take us 45 weeks. It's going to take us Botox filler and, plastic surgery, whatever. We're going to have to hit you with a pretty shovel and bring you back to life. All right. We're going to have to do this. And it's going to take this many weeks for us to reverse this level of aging, or at least take these crow's feet out, or whatever it is. And so we tie where you're at to where you want to go. And then our solution is only the vehicle that delivers this outcome. And so that is the moment that you present the price, because they picked where they were, where they want to go, and then you as the expert explain the path to getting there. So they picked the before and after, and you just use your expertise of this is what we found best to get people to here, who start where you're at. And so we found out that this opportunity existed within this particular business because I had my sales director secret shop them. So mind you, this is brick and mortar chain. We have a lot of locations, so we could sneak our way in. It's harder if you have like 4 sales guys who just do all the sales. They'll just tell the owner, right? So we wanted a secret shop before we actually completed the investment. And so when he went in, I asked him, so I went through this checklist. I was like, okay, so did they give you some sort of pre-sale question? And he was like, no. I was like, okay, great. I was like, did they ask you for your credit card? Did they ask you for your information, anything before you got the service? And he was like, no. And I was like, fantastic. What else did they do? It's like, did they have you pick where you're at and what your goal is? He said, yeah, they did have me pick where I was at, but not where I wanted to go. So they just had him pick, okay, how ugly are you? And he's like, okay. Now, again, not completely flawed. I want to be really clear here. Like, this is 14 locations. They're not idiots. They had the pain. We agitated the pain. They said, listen, this is how ugly you are on this scale that we invented, and you're here. You're a 7 ugly. Great. So he checked this. But he didn't get to say where he wanted to be. So then from there, he just went right into the service. And then when he came out, he just gave them the card to pay for the service, and that was it. And then he just walked out the door. And I was like, wait, so they didn't actually ask you to buy a package or get into some membership or anything? And he's like, well, they tried to upsell me this one product at one point, but this was the price point. And the price point was like $20 or something. And I knew what the average customer was worth, which was like $200 at the time. I was like, that's like, by the way, if you're going to do upsells, you want the price point to usually be 5 times more than the current price. Because if you get 20% of people, so customers are fractal. So we're going to go into a little side quest here, but it'll be worth it for you since we're talking about sales. So you've heard of 80-20, right? So if you've got 100 people, right, the top 20%, and you've got the 80 underneath, right? These are the people, 80-20, have 5 times spending power of these people. And so because of that, if you get 20% of people to buy something that's 5 times as expensive, so let's say my current thing is $1,000. If I'm going to have an upsell, I want my upsell to be $5,000, because if 20% take it, then it's 20% times 5,000, which means I add $1,000 to my average ticket. So I go from $1,000 per customer to $2,000 per customer. And so when I heard that their upsell was 10%, it'd be like my upsell is $100. Okay, fine. Maybe 20% take that. So I go from 1,000 to 1,020. Who cares? Why bother, right? And fundamentally, again, smart business owners, and they were upselling product, which means there's no real delivery in a brick and mortar service business. So they could just hand the product, make the money. And I think they were using it more for commissions for their staff to increase the average pay, which a different objective entirely and totally fine. But I was only looking at this from how do I take customers who are worth $200 and make them, my goal is to get them worth $1,000. Currently it's 800. I'm going to keep getting there until we get to 1,000. But I think that we can get it to 1,000. And so we secret shop them, number one, which, by the way, if you have a team of people who are currently selling your stuff, secret shop them. And then be horrified by what you listen to on the phone or what you see in person, because you have this beautiful idea of what you think your sales process is, and it's a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare. If they remember half of it, you'll be stoked. And so if you run in an environment, especially in a lower wage environment, so if you're brick and mortar, you have a chain of locations, and you have to take low skill labor and teach them a sales process, the expertise in sales comes down to how easy and simple you can make the process. And so that comes down to can I automate parts of the point of sale so that they can't move forward without doing this checkbox, right? And by doing this checkbox, they have to ask the question. So it forces script adherence. Now, training sales, not into this video, but you want to basically repeat the process over and over and over again until they're sick of it, until they say yes, mom, would you like to have, do you have your credit? You want to use the credit card on file? Like, until they're saying it, like they can breathe it, they can think, they can say it without thinking about it. That's when you've maybe just started to have a team that's well trained. Now that we finished these 7 pieces of the diagnostic, I want to add one more bonus, because you're like, wait a second, so where's the recurring revenue? Great observation, Andrew. Okay, so number 8 is transition to recurring. All right. I remember this. I'll give you 2 separate stories that'll drive this home. So a friend of mine has a recurring membership that he sells. And he sells it at, I think he was selling at $300 a month, and he couldn't get people to stick past 3 months. And so he tried all these different gimmicks and things, and he just couldn't crack 3 months of LTV. Now, that could have been a pricing issue, whatever. So this is what he did. He stopped selling it at $300 a month, month to month, and started selling as a $10,000 program with 36 months of interest-free financing. And so when people bought, they were buying at $10,000 price point, but they got an amazing payment plan. And so he didn't change anything about what he sold, but that took his average customer from 3 months to 8 months. So we're talking about $900, so 3 times 300, to 8 times 300, 2,400. That kind of change in a business, life-changing in terms of how much money you can make. The second one was I had a different friend who had a continuity program. He was an agency. And what he did was he realized he had churn in his business. And so he said, people are way less likely to churn out of a payment plan, same as the other one, than they are out of a monthly recurring revenue stream. And so what you call it to the customer can affect the likelihood that they pay. But as far as the business is concerned, you just want payments that are regular. And all you do to take a program and take it from a payment plan to recurring in terms of how it actually looks and feels is you just put an automatic recurring at the end of the program. And so when someone buys this big thing and you make a payment plan and then it recurs into the exact same price as the payment plan, you just move the pieces around, but the likelihood they stick is way higher. And so that's exactly what we did as the last step in the diagnostic sales process. And I wanted to highlight this point for you because I've done it in every business. And so we give someone the option of prepay. You can give, if you want a little bit more aggressive, you give 20% off if they prepay today. If you want to have one step down below that, which is what I like to do, you give them 10% off if they do half down and then make the rest as payments. And if they still can't do that, then I take the whole thing and I spread it over, let's say, our 45 weeks. And so I'd say, okay, it's $99 a week, $99 a week, and there you go. Now, they go from $99 a week to $80 a week if they prepay the whole thing. And they go from $99 a week to $90 a week if they prepay half. And here's the key part, is that when we present the price, you present it at the highest rate. So you present it at the payment plan rate. I'll walk you through this because I think it's important. Well, I'm going to put it here so I don't have to flip screens for it. All right. So you have your full boat, I'll say full interest price. So for us, in our example, it's $4,500. All right, 45 weeks times 99, roughly. All right, so this is our full boat price. We have our prepayment discount in full, which is minus 20%. All right, so for us, it's going to be minus, what is that, 900? Yeah, 900 from there, so that's 5,600. Sorry, other way, 3,600. 3,600. If they do half down, you say, I'll let you save $450, so 10%. So 4,050. All right, so this is 10%. Minus 10%, that's minus 20%. Now, the reason this is so important is think about the alternative. Think about, and this is what most people do, so listen to me, Andrew. Most people do this. They present the price as $3,600. And then they say, oh, well, we have payment plans that we have interest on. And so we do have 10% interest if you can put half down, and we have 20% interest if you put nothing down, and you just go on to a straight payment plan. Well, which one would you rather buy? If on one hand, you have a $4,500 price tag, which anchors you high, and you say, or you can get a benefit for prepaying today, rather than you think about $3,600, you're considering it, and then they say, oh, it's even more, even though you're just considering this tag, guess what? You have to pay way more now because you can't afford it, you have to pay more. Banks do it all the time, and guess what? Everyone hates banks. So if banks want to fix their process, Mr. Bank, maybe this will work. Who knows? Anyway, point is that this is how you present the price because you get the benefit of a price anchor, and you get to be the good guy for getting them to pay up front rather than the bad guy for them not being able to. So we're gonna go through step 8 in the more transition process for the sale. And so I want to just walk you through step downs. And so this is super important to understand from a sales perspective. So we'll call this sales step downs. And this is, by the way, a preview for my next book coming out, $100 million. Yeah, anyways, so sales step downs is one of the things that we have. So obviously the first thing we're going to present is prepayment, all right, which is pay in full today, prepay. Yay. By the way, you've probably noticed from any of my content, I don't say paid in fulls, and that's because that's a salesman term, not a customer benefit. If you prepay, you get a benefit, whereas paid in full is like, I got all the cash up front, good for me. And so I have trained myself, because I used to say paid in fulls, PIF skis, whatever's PIFs, like all of that stuff I used to do as a sales leader. And then I also heard my team saying that to customers, be like, hey, if you want to pay in full today, like, it's just like kind of gross. And so I prefer to say like, hey, we have a prepayment discount. And so training that, just little pro tip for you. So number one is prepay. Number two is we do discount with partial. So this is the half down. Oops. Half down. Here you can also do in-house. Well, this is whatever, sorry. This is credit card or third party. So if you have, like most businesses that sell legitimate services have third-party financing solutions that already exist. And so I promise you, there is a banker somewhere who started a business to service this emerging market of whatever it is that you do, who says, I'll bet you I can help finance transactions. Now, the prices they charge for that financing will differ based on how risky your business is. And so, like, there's financing for casinos. Like, if you want to get a loan to go gamble more, like, there's financing for that, but they will charge you a lot of money, right? And so, like, that being the extreme, on the other hand, if you want to finance a house, there's obviously a huge mortgage industry. And so from every step in between, there are partners who will step in as third party and take on that risk for you for a price. And so I prefer, can I get the prepayment because it's easiest and fastest? If not, I usually have a third party that I set up so that my customers can get financing. If we don't move past either of these two things, then I try to go with a partial with some level of discount, not as much as here, but a little bit. And if they still say no, then I go for continuity, which is, why don't we just make a payment plan on the thing? And in this particular business, because what they were doing before was simply rebooking people for another session of service, we just had this be the automatic, like, everyone gets rebooked. And that became an internal saying. Like, I like having mantras within sales teams, which is like, everyone buys something. Like, everyone buys something. There's no reason someone should not buy something. And so, sure, we'll get them a prepay, maybe a partial. Okay, fine, we'll do a payment plan that's whatever, call it, $250 times 4. Great, that's our $1,000. That's our $1,000 plan that we're getting people to buy and pay $250 today, and then 3 more times. And you can do it every other month if it's a more intermittent service, whatever. Just match the payments to when they get delivery. And then finally, if they're like, well, I can't do any of those things, then say, cool, let's just book the next time you want to come in. That's it. And so this is the final of the process in terms of the step downs that we might offer someone. We just walk through this whole process and you're like, wow, maybe that's a lot of work, or I have to use my brain power, but welcome to business. But let me tell you why it's worth it. So these are the actual stats, and I put the numbers without the names to keep it nice open loop for you. So number one is that they had 9% of revenue that was recurring within this product line. All right. So they had 9% that was recurring. After we implemented this process, 60%. They took this 9% to 60% of this product line within the company. So awesome. Number two, they had basically no membership at all because they just weren't, it wasn't even an option, not really. And we were to push that to 30% into memberships. This included payment plans. This is just memberships. And then they went from getting 1 additional extra visit on average per person, meaning 2, to getting 4 to 6 visits per customer by introducing this sales process. And from a money perspective, we went from $20,000 when we bought the business. So mind you, this business made a lot more money than this single product line or this service line. But this is where I wanted to invest my time because I thought there was a huge opportunity here because I saw from the secret shopper, from the constraints, I thought this was a big area of attack. And so they're only doing $20,000 a month within a business this size is not a lot. And then however many dots this later, over $250,000 per month in added. And it continues to grow. And this compounds. And that's the beauty of this type of sales process and repackaging of what someone already sells. And so we went from 9 to 60, 0 to 30% of memberships, from 1 visit to 4 to 6 visits, and from 20 to 250,000. So we more than 10x the recurring revenue of this business by following a diagnostic process rather than just selling some traditional one-off thing. The first thing you have to learn how to do is how to sell. The second thing you have to learn how to do is get someone else to sell for you. And so in this video, I break down how we scaled a new sales department from 0 to 40 sales reps, doing $5 million plus per month in sales within 90 days. So before I explain the $21.6 million increase, let me kind of give you some context on this business and where it was in the life cycle. We brought in mercenaries. So when I say mercenaries, I mean an outsourced sales team. The founder of the business had never been in sales at all. He'd never got on the phone. He'd never done door-to-door. He'd never done anything related to getting a stranger to give him money one-on-one. I thought it was too risky to try and have somebody who's completely new to it try and start from scratch. And so I called somebody in my network and I said, hey, do you want to make a bunch of money? And he said, yes. Can you round up some of your guys and start taking calls for this company that I have? And so they started taking sales and we started making more money. We have a W. Money up, W. Fantastic. And in a second, I'll walk you through all the statistics of what the mercenaries and the outhouse team did, which then led us to a fully in-house team. Imagine going from 0 sales guys to 40 sales guys in a fresh company is hard. But let me explain some of the problems with the mercenaries, and then I'll walk you through the actual stats. So there are 3 main problems with the mercenaries. All right, problem number 1 is that we were giving them 20% of the revenue. All right, now this is something that I was vehemently against, to be very honest with you. In this particular company, I was in a minority position. I said, it's ultimately your call. I was like, but I would not do it at this percentage. They decided to move forward with it anyways, and hey, we made money. There was a W there. But it was a problem. 20% of revenue coming in is a big fucking check. The sales team company was arguing we can't get the top guys to sell unless we give them a really big rip. That's sales slang, big commission. So we had to give them 20% of the revenue that they collected as commission to the mercenaries team, the outhouse sales team. The second problem that came up is related to performance. They were getting less than 30% of people to ascend, meaning people who buy the first thing to buy the next thing. And we wanted it to be higher than that, or I believe that it should be higher than that. We're paying a lot, and we're not getting as much out as we want. The third problem with the outhouse sales team, and this is one that I think more long-term about because I'm an investor in the business, is the sellability and enterprise value of the business, meaning in the future, we'd like to sell the company at some point, probably. And even if you don't want to sell a business, creating a sellable business still makes the business more valuable. And so if you can make a business more valuable to a stranger, it also becomes more valuable to you. If you have an outsourced sales team, something that exists outside of the business that's responsible for 20, 30, 40% of the revenue in the business, then that could be a material issue. That's why we decided to look at these 3 things and say, all right, let's see if we can move this in-house. I'm going to walk you through first the funnel, kind of before and after, and then I'll walk you through the process that we did to fix it or swap it over. That resulted in the $21.6 million increase in profit, not revenue, profit. The way that this process was structured is we had a 2-call setup. We've got a percentage of people who schedule a call, a percentage of people who show to the call, and then schedule the next thing. Then they have to show to the next thing, and they go to the next call, and then do they buy? So let me walk you through the stats here. Because everyone who bought the product had a first call that they wanted to attend, 100% of people were scheduled to show up for this call. With the outsourced sales team, we had 74% of people who were actually showing for the call. Once they got on the call, we were able to get 53% to schedule the follow-up call. And so some people call this a qualification call, which is if you're going to sell something else, you want to make sure the person actually fits for the thing you sell. Makes sense, right? You want to make sure they have the problem to solve and the money to spend. With the 53%, the outsourced team wanted to only give their closers, because he's trying to optimize for his dollars per hour for his team, only the easiest closes. So they weren't willing to take calls they weren't already sure were going to close. All right, so because of that, they're only passing 53%, or almost half, to the next call. Now again, this is just scheduling. Now from here, we had 63% showing up to call 2. So this is call 1, this is call 2. Now this is the close call. This is the set call, this is the close. I'll just put set, this is close. So the last box we got to fill in here is how many people were they actually selling? All right, and they were getting 80% of people who showed to the second call, the close call, to buy.
All right. And so that is where money came out the other side. Correct. So let's walk through the math as if 100 people bought the product. So if 100 people bought the product, then it means that we'd have 74% of 100, 74 people who would show up to this first call. Now, of the 74 people, 53%, so about 37 of them, would then schedule for the second call. Of the 37 people who schedule for the second call, we're going to have 22, so 63%. 22 of them are actually going to show up to this close call. Now, 80% of these 22 are going to close, which means we'd have about 20 sales or 20% of that front end that ascends. Now, remember, I said at the very beginning, one of the problems is that we wanted it to be closer to 30. This is the issue. And so I want to be very clear. A big part of this was the price point we were selling at and the fact that we were selling people who are already customers. We're not selling cold traffic here. We're selling people who already bought this, already demonstrated an interest, and we're saying, do you want more help with that thing? So we thought it should be much higher. So there's 5 steps that we broke down that we had to do to go from out-of-house team, mercenaries, to in-house sales team. And the first one started with hiring a director. Now, right off the bat, let me explain our thinking process before I explain who we were looking for and how we found them. Because listen, you don't want to hire 40 people, right? You were thinking, okay, I want to hire one person who can then hire 40 people. Times a lot more circles, right? It's even long to write it out. All right. It's an old investor saying, which is hire 1 to hire 10. We're going to hire the one person, not the 40. That's the main decision. After that, what we're looking for is who. Who are we looking for? What do they look like? And then how are we going to find them? Okay. Now, from a who perspective, we wanted someone who had been there, done that. Which means specifically somebody who has sold this type of product in this type of industry and ideally scaled a big team and knows how to coach up new salespeople. So that's what been there means for us for this particular role. The next thing is you want the person to be metrics driven. So one of the easiest ways that you can measure someone's proficiency in any skill, so this little pro tip, the quality and quantity of metrics that someone explains about how they do their job is directly correlated with how good they are at the job. And so if someone's like, hey, I'm an amazing HR person, and I say, cool, what metrics do you track? And they're like, well, the happiness of the team. And I'd be like, what else do you track? How many complaints I get on payroll? I'd be like, okay, what else do you track? The order that they tell me the metrics they're looking at and what they track is going to tell me what they care about, what they pay attention to, and their level of expertise. Now, on the flip side, if someone says, hey, I like to take companies from on average a 45-day time to fill to 20-day time to fill, because we know that every day that a company doesn't have something they need, they're losing money. There's opportunity cost of revenue they should be making by not having them. This is really interesting because they're connecting their metrics to the company's revenue. And so how people talk about the metrics and which metrics they track and how they connect those with how it makes the company more money will show you how good they are at what they do. The third one is just kind of the, I would say, demeanor. Now, I've hired a lot of salespeople and sales directors in my life, and the personality of a sales leader is usually not the same as the personality of a sales killer. Now, there are some superstars who can do both, but it's rarer. Oftentimes, the demeanor of sales directors is a little bit more even-keeled, usually more humble, very servant-oriented. They have to be people. They have to be the type of person who wants to pour into the team and loves watching someone improve their skill set and can repeat the same directions over and over and over again without losing enthusiasm. That's who you want. You want somebody who's like a Energizer bunny of positive vibes, because for the most part, sales director is just performance management. They manage the culture of the team. Like, the output of the entire team is a direct function of the sales director. And so if you think about this like on a football team or something, you can switch the coaches and all of a sudden the whole team does way better. It's because the coach drives the culture in the team that drives the performance and the output. And so that is what they're responsible for. And so if they don't have values, everything else that comes from the team is going to be a diluted version of them. Now we go to the how. You're like, okay, well, that sounds like an amazing unicorn, Alex. How do you find that person who's going to replace this? Well, I personally have a relatively large network of salespeople. And so one of the big things here is that you can either, this is the core 4, by the way, you can do outreach, which means you reach out to strangers who you think might fit the role. You can run ads. So you run ads to go get more people. Content, you can also do recruiter. I've used all of these. All right, so there's pros and cons to each of them. But what I will do is I'm going to cross out 2 of these early for most of you. Most people think that you can run ads for these types of roles. The reality is usually no. The higher the role is, the better the person is, the less likely they're going to respond to an ad. Because think about it, an amazing sales director is always going to have a job and always going to be making good money. Now, they might not like their job as much as they could, but they're going to keep making money. And sales directors tend to be money-oriented in general. And so they're going to keep making money. So ads is probably not the way to get them. Content, unless you have a salesperson audience, probably not going to be the way. You can always try it. It's free. Give it a shot. But I wouldn't say I'm going to bet the farm on this. So it's probably not going to be content. And so usually you're going to do one of these two, which is you're going to get a recruiter to do it or you do it yourself. But guess what a recruiter does? They do outreach too. I know this is going to sound crazy. You message them and you say, hey, I've got this role and it looks like you're perfect for it. Could I tell you about it? Or if you want to be a little less direct, you can say, you're an amazing person who'd be a fit for this role. Do you know anybody else like you? But they're going to be like, screw everybody else. Talk to me. Alex, how many people do I reach out to? 5. No one's going to read it if you message 5 people. 10? No one's going to read it if you message 10 people. Reach out to 100 to 1,000 people. And if you get to that 1% on the 100 and you haven't found it, then you might have to go 1% on 1,000. And that's okay. Because remember, would you rather have a top 1% sales director? I sure as shit would. So it's okay to turn down the first guy you talk to just because he has a pulse and has one of these things. It's like, okay, this guy talked about metrics, but he was a dick. And he actually doesn't have the experience that I'm looking for. Well, then don't hire him. The thing is it's tough to do that when you're an entrepreneur because you're like, I'm bleeding every day. The house is on fire. I need this role. But I promise you, it's way more painful to hire the person, onboard them, spend 2 months getting them up. Then they start hiring shitheads because they're a shithead. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, I hate this whole team. And so even if you do get rid of the top, you then have all the stuff they brought in underneath. And so you have to clean house. And it's really, really painful. And so as much as you hire 1 to hire 10, if you fire 1, sometimes you have to fire 10, and that sucks. And so getting this hire right is super important, but it's also why we spend more time on it. So now that we hired our in-house sales director, we want to rebuild the compensation structure, right? Because remember, the 20% wasn't going to fly because we just flipped it to 20. We might as well just save the effort, right? So we had to rebuild the incentive structure. The problem that we had right now, if you remember, was that we had the problem, I think it was problem 1 or problem 2, whatever, problem 1, problem 2, whatever it was. 20% of revenue was going to the outsourced sales team. So we wanted to make sure we were less than that. Our target was sub 10%. And that's usually around what I like to be in. Now, I want to be very clear here. There are things that this depends on. So if you're in a business where the salesman does self-gen, meaning they generate their own leads. So if you're going outbound and you're cold calling or you're door knocking, then these percentages will be shifted because you technically are a cost of acquisition. You're both marketing and sales. So you're getting the leads and closing the leads. If you are handing salespeople leads, if you're running ads, you have a media team that then generates leads or prospects for a sales team, then you basically have to split that cost between the marketing team and the sales guys. And so given that, let me explain how I actually think about this. What skills do I need? How rare are those skills? So if I'm feeding softballs to somebody, then I don't need Ken Griffey to hit it out of the park. All right, for Gen Z, Mookie Betts. All right, I don't need Mookie Betts to knock it out of the park because I'm soft tossing. Right? Anybody can probably rock it out of the park. That's AA or up because at that level, because it's so much easier. If you have crazy expectations, it's rarer and they have more skills, so you got to pay more. If it's something that's not a lot of skills and more common, you can pay less. And so I just think, how much would I need to pay to attract the level of salesperson I need? Our goal is to take it from 20% to around 10% or less and rebuild the comp plan. You can think about compensation in 2 columns, all right? You've got money and not money. All right, this is a very complicated system. I don't want to get into the specifics, a lot of physics behind this. All right, so you've got the money you give them for closing deals, and then you've got other shit. And so that's recognition, praise, attention, approval, perks, status. If you publicly recognize them, if you have a leaderboard, if you give them more attention, you actually train them more, you give them more skills. You say, hey, attaboy, awesome job, great day today. You say, hey, the guy who closes the most gets to park in the nice parking lot. And then status, like maybe when they close 100 sales, they get a hat with a stripe on it. When they close 1,000 sales, they get 2 stripes. And so forth. So when you guys come on the team, they're like, fuck, I want one of those hats, right? Sales team 6, let's go. There's all these things that you can do to increase the value of the job outside of money. And as much as people, sales guys included, be like, that doesn't motivate me. Sure as shit does. All right, it totally does. Because it makes your life better. On the money side, there's a couple ways to do this. All right, and so I'm going to explain how we did it. We've made a lot of different compensation structures. A lot of it depends on, again, the business that's involved. Now, one of the big decisions we made up front was that we were going to comp setters and closers. Now, why is that so important? The funnel is throughput. If I can increase my show-up rate by 20%, it's just as good as increasing my closure by 20%. It makes no difference to the business. They were just as equally weighted in terms of their value. But again, how rare are the skills and what skills are required? It's easier to set than it is to close. Just as important, but easier. Setters and closers, equally important, but rarer to find a skill from closers, so they got paid a little bit more. But setters still got commissions as well to incentivize the fact that they would get people to shop. Cool. So the way that I prefer to set up compensation structures, the idea that I like to have is that I like WW at the top, which means winners win, all right? Which also means losers lose. That's fine. There's fewer winners than there are losers. What that means is you can have ratchets for compensation, meaning if you close 50% of the people, I'm just using an arbitrary number, you get to keep your job. If you close 60%, you get attaboys. If you close 70%, your commission goes from 10% to 15%. 50% increase, not bad. If you close above 80%, you get 25%. Whoa, right? And so it ramps. And so it allows the people who are absolute killers to crush. And then the people who are not, guess what happens down here? Churn. But this is structural churn. This is expected churn. This is part of the game. We're this type of role. Like if you require work ethic, you require practice, you require people to show up early, work late, work weekends, take calls, it requires a certain type of person. And a lot of people aren't cut out for it, which is also why most people don't make multiple six figures a year selling. We fixed the compensation structure. We comped setters and closers. We ramped it so that the best guys would get more than 10%. But we knew that as a team, we averaged around, if you want to know what the actual number was, we got the overall, everything all in, fully baked, including the sales director, for 9%. We're feeding them qualified prospects. They're not even prospects, they're customers. We already have their fucking credit card. Like, we just had to say, want more of the thing you just bought. Want more help with that thing so you can get the outcome you just said you wanted. Like, these are not hard sales. And by doing this, we got to move on to step 3. Now that we've rebuilt the incentive and comp plan to get the types of sales guys that we want on the team, then we had to rebuild the process. So I'm going to walk through what we do to improve each of these numbers one by one. Because as you're thinking about your business, there is no silver bullet. There's no one thing you're going to do that's changed this entire process. It's 100 golden babies. And this is how we approach everything in business. And business is a pipeline like this. And so I'm going to show you what we did. And we did improve every one of these numbers except for one, but it was okay. And I'll show you why. But remember, 100% of people are automatically booked for this next appointment. All right. And so we wanted to improve this show up rate. And so we improved it to 91%. Ooh, 74, 91. More money good. That's a 21% increase, meaning if we did nothing else, in the entire process, everything else stay the same, we would have a 20% increase in sales. And most of that would disproportionately drop to the bottom line because we already acquired the customer. So all this additional sales money goes to profit. Big deal. So we did 3 things. The first is that the mercenary team was way too aggressive in their copy. False urgency, false scarcity. People kind of see through it. So that was number 1 that they did that we fixed. Number 2 is they were giving people way too much time to book out. I'd say, hey, when do you want to show up for your next call? People would be like, oh, how's 2 weeks from now? And they were like, sure. Our big rule of thumb, despite the fact them trying to push out 5+ days for appointments, is we try to go for same day, next day. And that's because in our history, more people show up to same day, next day appointments than 5 days plus from now. And so by just simply making the messaging less aggressive, shortening the time when they can book their next call, and number 3, setting reminders that were actually personalized. So rather than just robo-texts, they're the green ones that everyone fucking hates, right? We'd have the sales guy do a 3-way connection with the setter and say, hey, my name's John. It's nice to meet you, Sarah. It looks like you've got X, Y, and Z that I can reach from your account. Really excited to talk to you tomorrow. I think I can help you with X, Y, and Z. Very simple. But it's a video or a voice memo, and they see it from a real person. All right, and they can take a picture, whatever. And those 3 things together 91%, which is a 21% improvement. So now that we got people to show for that first call, how many of them did we get to schedule the next call, which is basically the close of the set call? You're going to see some magic happen right here. We had a major improvement. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'll tell you how much we improved this one in a second. But we did two things to improve the percentage of people who showed up to set calls who decided to schedule close calls. All right. So number one mistake that they were making in this particular business is that, again, this was an outsourced closing team. And so they were trying to minimize how much unqualified work their closers would get because they so carefully wanted to make sure their closers were happy because they were all mercenaries. They all had to pay them a ton just to show up to work every day. Point being, one, the incentives are misaligned. And so setters, remember we added our setters had a compensation structure to get people to set. They didn't have that. We did add that. And so what do you know? Our setters got more people to schedule. Wild. I know. The second thing was that they were DQing people on the set call. In my opinion, too early. And so they wouldn't really go through a sale. They would just say, hey, here's the price. Are you down to pay that? If yes, I'll book you a call with John. But by doing that, they were basically not selling. They were just taking orders, which if I just tell you the price and you buy, I don't need you. You're not selling at all. You're just a checkout page that's inefficient that takes 20%. We corrected number one. We aligned the incentives of the setters with the overall business, not the closer. We aligned the setting incentive with the business throughput, which got rid of the DQs that were overly DQing people. And we made sure that when they were talking about the product, we were just more trying to qualify the prospect to make sure they had the problem to solve and the money to spend, not telling them the price of what they would ultimately buy because we haven't sold them yet. We just want to make sure that this is a big enough problem for them and that they seem reasonably able to pay if we present it to them. Our schedule percentage went from, survey says, 53% to 94%. For those keeping track at home, that's a 77% increase. So, forgetting this one, if we kept everything else the same and we only did this, we would have increased sales by 77%, assuming everything else stayed the same. But everything else didn't stay the same. So let me show you the next thing we did, which was we had people show up for the first call. We got 94% to schedule the next call. And now we have what percentage of these 94 actually showing? Because, hey, maybe you just get everyone to say yes so they get off the phone, but are they actually showing? Believe it or not, and this is going to sound crazy, the show rate that we had here was actually the same process that we had here. Because believe it or not, if people have a good experience and it's personalized to them, they're more likely to show. And so rather than explain, literally repeat myself, I'm going to say how we actually got the team to do it. So we did 4 things. Number 1 is we started implementing daily training, which means that every day the team would get together and they would role play the scripting to make sure their tone was right, that they were coming off the right way, that they're hitting the main points, make sure that they were framing things properly, adding curiosity, hitting the main pain points that the prospect was going to have so they could set up the next call. Number 2 is that we do game tape reviews, which is very simple, but you just watch game tape with the team and you have the person who is in the call critique themselves. So rather than have everybody jump on them, because no one likes that, it's horrible, you just have them say, what are all the things you could have done differently? And then the team says all the things they did well. Because remember, there's always something someone did well. You play the tape, they say all the things they would have done differently, and most people do know when they watch it, which is one of the best ways to learn. And then everyone else says, hey, I think you did a great job here. I think you did a great job here. Bravo. Next one up. The third thing is this is why the sales director was so key and why they were the first hire. It was just doing one-on-ones. And one-on-ones, you role play. You role play till you're sick in the face. You have to learn how to train people how to speak. That's what the job of the sales manager is, besides managing the culture of the team, is if John's rapport building sucks, guess what sales manager does every time they have a one-on-one with John? They practice rapport building. All right, which means you follow the script. No, say it again. Well, say it again. Try like this. Huh? There you go. Change your tone. There it is. We're talking 10, 20, 30 reps on 1 or 2 phrases in the script so they get it down. If your salesman is not talking back to you in the script on your one-on-ones, you are literally wasting time. The fourth thing was just end-of-day reports, which is you just want to make sure that they know you're tracking what matters. And if there's no tracking throughout the week, no one feels held accountable. It also doesn't give you the opportunity to praise and give attaboys. All right, and so every day, the stats are being tracked in real time, and daily leaders, daily winners. All right, so those are the 4 things we did from here to drive our show rate to 87%. That's a 40% increase. So if we did nothing else, but we just had this one improvement in this process and everything else stayed the same, we would have increased sales by 40%. Not too shabby. If you're following at home,
which should be. We should at this point have a ton more volume that is coming to these closers. Massive movements, because remember, these are customers. This is why we felt like we could do a lot better. Now hitting the close call. So in order to improve this number to the best degree possible, because we're going to have more disqualified people here. Remember, we've told the setters, send anybody you can, because we wanted to get more at bats. Okay? So one, we also added in a VSL, so video sales letter between call 1 and call 2. So people got to have some social proof, they got to see some results, they got to have a better understanding, because in my personal opinion, I don't like salespeople repeating a pitch. I'd rather have someone understand the benefits and then have salesmen resolve concerns and personalize solutions to customers rather than have them say the same 15-minute pitch, because then it sounds robotic, they zone out, and so does the prospect. So I like to say, here's all the info, watch that, and then we'll talk about it, okay? So number one is we added that piece in. Number two, we role-played a lot on the common objections, and we like to do that before the call. The video sales letter covered some of these common concerns in the video so that the sales guys had a little bit more of an advantage going into the call. And then also in the scripting, we front-loaded the obstacles. Before you mention the price, you overcome obstacles. After, it's objections. All right, so if I say, hey, do you think your husband supports you in doing this new thing? Before I say the price, then I've overcome an obstacle. If I say the price and I didn't overcome it, it becomes an objection, which is way harder to close. We call it killing zombies, right? You want to kill the zombies, you want to defuse the bombs before you talk about money. And so we front-loaded the script to accommodate those issues that people were losing in the sales. And we focused the script far more on what they were going to experience afterwards rather than the features within the service. Because at the end of the day, they don't care about the features of the service. They care about where they're going to go, what life's going to be like afterwards. So sell the vacation, not the plane flight. So we made those changes, and we got the close rate. If you're like, wait, 42 is lower than 80. Sure as hell is. Great math. If we're doing the percentages here, and we have a 21% increase here, and a 77% increase here, and we have a 40% increase here, so that's 1.2 plus 1.77 plus 1.4, we have far more than a double in terms of how much volume was going there. In fact, we had 3.5 times more volume, but we cut the close rate in half. But 3.5 times 0.5 is more than 1, meaning we increased the total throughput of this system. And so the end result of this entire process is we went from closing 20% of that 100 people that buy the product to 32. For a net savings of going from 20% of revenue to 9%. So we paid less than half to get 60% more sales. And as you recall, all additional sales dropped to the bottom line because we'd already acquired the customers. So now that we had our in-house director, we rebuilt the incentive and comp plan, and we rebuilt the sales process. Now we wanted to scale. So we had to go from 0 to 40 reps, and we had to do it in record time. All right, so number one is that to go get all those people, we went everywhere. All right, so we actually did all the things that I outlined, but we also hired 5 to 6 recruiters right off the bat. We did a ton of outbound ourselves. We hit our whole email list up. We did everything because we had to hire 40 guys. We had to do it in 12 weeks. All right, so number one is we did everywhere. So plus ads, well, actually didn't do ads, there's more. Content, and outbound. All right, so recruiters, content, and outbound is what we did to get all of the people in the door. Now, once we had people in the door, we didn't have the sales director interview all these candidates because he just wouldn't literally have the time. He did a final checkoff once the team planned on hiring them. And so we had the manager for the setters do several of the talks with the leads, and we also had the recruiters do a lot of the screening as well, so that the sales director could save his time and still keep managing the actual team and training the people who were on the floor making money for the company. All right, so saved directors time. The next thing is, okay, great. So we got a lot of people, we got them hired, but how do we make sure that they're actually good? So we automated the sales training to the greatest degree possible. Now, what does that really mean? It means we made a course that was an internal course on how to sell this thing. And so the nice thing with internal courses, if you don't have them, highly recommend it, because the most expensive thing a business can do is train salespeople. Reason why is because when you take a salesperson and you train them on live prospects, all of the money they don't close is money you lose. And you lose you lose the money that you could have made, and you lose the money that you spent to get them there. Very expensive. All right, especially when, and this happens a lot too, you do all of that only to have them
get fired or leave or burn out or whatever. All right. And so we want them to take as many reps as humanly possible in a fashion where there's no risk to the company, which is why we have them watch tons of game tape footage. They attend all the meetings. They listen to tons of live calls. They go through the course, and then they role play. There's one takeaway from this fucking video. It's that you role play with your team and that you get really, really narrow on the things that you want them to improve, and you keep nailing that thing until it's perfect, and then you move to the next thing. There's no point in trying to tell someone to improve 6 things. It doesn't work. I promise you, it doesn't work. I spent too long doing this. It doesn't work. You say, let's work on the first sentence of the fucking script. Keep doing it again. Try it again. Try it again. Try it again. One more time. Say it lighter. Say it faster. Loop to this one. Got it. Second question, right? That's how you work through a script until they will be able to breathe it in their sleep. Then they can actually be present for the sales call because they don't have to think about the scripting because they already know it. So we recruited the people. We saved the director's time. We automated the internal onboarding. I'm going to give you a pro tip from me, which is that if someone seems like a dud within 14 days, let them go. Some people think I'm heartless. How could I be so heartless? Because I have other families I have to look out for too. And if we don't keep the sales team profitable, the whole business doesn't work. We give people a shot. We get them through all this stuff. We give them a ton of free training. All right, they actually technically get paid to get trained. And if they're not up to chops, we gotta let them go. But we set that expectation up front. And one more thing, and this is a little pro tip for me. I don't know how to spell that, but no prima donnas. All right, so no special snowflakes. Because the thing is even if you have one killer on the team and they don't follow the process, they undermine the entirety of the process and they also kill the culture. And so if one guy does double the sales of everybody else or triple the sales of everyone else, I can almost guarantee you 9 times out of 10 in my experience, they actually take those sales out of the organization overall. So one guy does triple, and everyone's like, oh, we should be like him. But if you have like a 20-person team and everyone goes down by 10% because of this guy, because the cancer spreads, not worth it. Just cut it out. Keep the system. And now that we have the in-house director, we rebuilt the incentive and comp plan, we rebuilt the sales process, we scaled the sales team, and we stabilized it so that we were consistently beating the other team and doing it for less. Then we're able to move on to step 5, which is get rid of outsourced team. So with the outhouse team, we did $7 million in cash collected in Q1. The commission on that was $1.4 million. Remember, 20%. So the company got to profit 5.6. I'm saying profit loosely. 5.6 the company got to keep after paying the outsourced sales team. This 7% with the in-house sales team became $12 million the next quarter. The commission, because instead of 20%, we went to 9%. So the commission went from 1.4 million on 7 to 1.08 million for 12. Net change here was 12 minus 1, 10.92 million, which created the difference between these two was $5.4 million. And that was just in that quarter. Times 4 for the year, and you get 21.6 million. This is one of my favorite sales presentations I've ever given, and it covers 3 things. 1, how to ask the right questions. 2, how to ask them the right way. And 3, how to duplicate those words and that tone across a team of people. If you're building your first sales script, if you're scaling a sales team, and you want to make sure that you can onboard new people and get them selling at the same percentage or better than you are right now, which for many people is biggest bottleneck, especially when you're coming for your first million or first 3 million per year, scaling the sales team is one of the most difficult tasks. And so I've broken this down into 3 frameworks that I've used very successfully to scale lots of different sales teams.
I just had to come in here and plug in on the dang. Don't never get a TCL phone, man, no matter how much it's worth. Spend $130. This battery don't last long. I have to restart it once a day. All right, and this guy. All right, so I'm seeing. I guess this is the contract right here. General. They didn't space out a lot of these words for some reason. They're like all jumbled together in one word. So I'm still able to read it with my ADHD.
I was gonna say either that's someone did not do a good job of typing it out, or maybe good reviewing it on your phone.
Yeah, it could be.
Either way, your ADHD seems to be treating you well. So.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. It's all about how you use it, you know. All right, I'm almost done.
Think it's out, man. Just want to make sure you got everything taken care of.
Oh yeah, I appreciate it because a lot of places just send the emails, close the call, and then you're stuck trying to go through all this. All right, yeah, I'm signing it right now. I got to draw this out. This is the worst part.
So once you sign the contract and submit it, you'll receive an automated email in like 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, it is the mobile thing that did the no spacing. When I turn off the mobile friendly, the spacing is there, so it's not one of y'all's workers' errors. Just to let you know, don't want to get nobody in trouble. It's just this app. When you do the mobile, it's yeah. All right, I'll just download it. All right, I signed it and downloaded it. I guess close now.
You submitted it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it says the document has been signed. If you would like a copy for your record, select download or print and save. Did you get it? Because I'm still on that just in case. But the only options it gives me is download, which I've already downloaded it. I don't have a printer, so I just downloaded it. And then if I push close, it says changes you may not be saved to prevent this page from creating additional dialogue. Well, yeah, basically says leave site ? So I just want to make sure you got that signature because it won't let me because I pushed the finish and that's what popped up. I could take a screenshot and show you what it looks like.
Oh yeah, show me a screenshot just in case.
All right.
So you sign it, just you click submit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it said finish. It said finish at the end. Let me see. How do I? All right, the little plus photo. Allow.
So
there we go. Here. All right, I'm gonna be able to show you what it looks like. Did it go through? I think it did. Yeah. That's what my screen looks like.
Okay. All right, perfect. Yeah, that's perfect. You usually get 2 or 3 minutes delay when we receive that notification. So.
All right. Cool.
And then, yeah, in like the next 5 to 10 minutes too, you should receive an automated email from us with your access to Slack and the school platform where all the training courses.
All right, and that'll be on the email.
Yeah.
All right.
Same exact email.
Good. All right, let me see if I can. Emails. Yeah.
Wish it was quicker, man.
I
know you want to get started right away, so I hate
Oh yeah. And then you said so it's 10-hour videos because here's the beauty of it. While I'm knocking doors, I'm gonna have them in my ear for them 10 hours. You know what I mean? At least, you know what I mean? Because they were like, yeah, you can listen to podcasts while you're knocking. I was like, all right, I'm about to be learning while I'm knocking.
Yeah. But also, no, I also do recommend like you actually sit down and actually just dial into the training.
Mm-hmm.
Not actually like listen in the background, but actually just like immerse yourself in it, take notes, rewind if you have to, literally understand every little thing that you're about to. And that's the best way.
Yeah, because I'm a visual and a do-it learner too. So yeah, I understand. But sometimes I like to listen to it a couple of times, and then you know what I mean? I absorb it through that, and then visually do it too. Or like with the Chris Sane and Ken and Grace, I watch that video 2, 3 times because it's so much knowledge that, you know what I mean? You may not absorb it. It's kind of like watching a movie. If you carefully watch a movie you've already watched, you'll start seeing stuff that you missed the first time. So same concept. But yeah, I'll be putting in full effort into this.
I know you will, man. You're hungry. You got it. Yeah, okay.
I was about to say all I got from now was like Klarna was getting me to verify my email. And I just did that.
I'm looking at your screenshot again of the contract. You pressed finish.
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah, and that's what it took me. Yeah, that's when that pop-up came. Let me know. I'll reopen the link. Let me know if I need to try to go through it again and try to sign it again. You know what I mean? Or, or I could try to see if I can pull it up on my computer. Let's see if that's better. Because it might be. Great.